get a lot of comments. Hi, user793. Always good to see you. I like seeing your comments as well, by the way, in my comment section and also my videos too. You've seen the one already that I've just posted. Good stuff. Good stuff. So these are comments that I get. Oh, hello. Always love to see my Eritrean family. Kiora. Hi. Kiora to you as well. So thank you, everybody. So today's topic, guys. All these white people keep telling me I'm racist. So I'm asking them today to prove it. Thank you so much for the hand heart gifts. Thank you so much. If you don't follow me, please do click the plus sign up there. Would really appreciate it. Forever Me, good to see you. Fugazi, good to see you. Hello. So yeah, people keep saying I'm racist. No job. I don't have a job. Why should I get a job for? Why do I need a job? Can you tell me? Someone in the comment section says that I need to have a job. UFO law says no job. Yeah, no, I don't work. Why should I? Please give me a good reason why I should work. If someone doesn't need to work, why should they work? Because are you asking everyone to be slaves like you? Yeah, not wasting my oxygen on you, but yet you're here. I don't have a job. I don't need a job. So don't make me get one because you want to have one and you want to be part of the rat race. Some of us actually don't want to. So thank you, Huber, for the compliments on my hair. Radio 1 says, when was the last time white people knew anything good, though? You can ask them that question. I mean, I know we're having these conversations. User 793 says, please, can we address this? I'm not racist, but every time it's annoying now. Yeah, I actually did. I've got a video on my page about that on my other account, saying it that this I'm not racist, but, and I've said for a long time, just be racist. Like, it's so much better when you're not lying about it. Stop lying about not being racist, because as soon as you say I'm not racist, but a racist comment comes immediately after. You sound ridiculous. Just be racist. Then we know exactly who we're working with, because who are you trying to lie to? Are you trying to lie to us, or are you trying to lie to yourself? Just be racist. Just be racist. Hubar says, what are my thoughts about Reform? Reform are the party for the misinformed, the disenfranchised, the uneducated, the racist, you know, people who vote for Reform, and also politically lost, I have to say, because, of course, as we know, people who used to vote Labour have realised that Labour have become very Tory and not really for the working class. And so because media and promotion has been so good for Reform, people have not been able to use critical thinking skills, and they're just like, well, I'll just vote for this other party now because it seems to have my best interests. While again, Reform is another Conservative party. And they've done absolutely nothing for any of the constituencies that they're actually in power from. So for people to still vote for Reform, they're holding on to racism and holding on to something that still doesn't serve them. So, you know, it's a shame. And I feel sorry for the people in those areas who vote the opposite and are now being affected. But the people who voted for Reform, you literally have gotten what you asked for. So good luck with that. Good luck with that. Anne says, just because people don't agree doesn't make them racist. Don't agree with what? Don't agree with what? I did just give a number of reasons why people vote Reform. Racism isn't one of them. I don't know if you could hear what I was talking about, because I am speaking English. I'm speaking the same language as you. So Bethany says, so people who work are at the rat race. How stuck up do you sound because you want to work? I don't want to work. Why do I sound stuck up? Because I don't want to work. So I don't work. If you want to work, you work. Yeah, if you're working and you have a job, you are stuck in the rat race. You are. That is how it works. That's literally called capitalism, miss. Doesn't mean I'm stuck up. It means that I am actually understanding what capitalism is. And I think you actually should do a little bit of research to understand what capitalism is, because it was born in Britain and there was a time where we didn't have to work this hard before Europeans got involved in life. Okay. So Tracy says, what do I think of Restore Britain? It is just the next level up of being racist. Like, there's no policies. This is the thing with Reform and Restore. There's absolutely no policies that these parties have in place except for get the immigrants out. And this is what you guys want. You want to get all the immigrants out with no backup plan. There's literally nothing else behind it. I saw a picture, which was hilarious to me, on Restore Britain about that. What's that thing called? Is it called the Gap? Not Watford Gap. You know that tree that got cut down by those men? And they're like, oh, this is Britain, but they have no green initiatives. Why are you talking about cutting down the one of the most oldest, beautifulest trees in Britain, but you don't actually have a green initiative to plant more trees? Guys, come on now. Come on, Sycamore. Thanks, Sycamore Gap. Thank you, Paul. That's exactly what it is. So it doesn't even make sense. Why would you vote? You would vote for Green. If you care about trees, vote for Green Party. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. DP Art says, haha, if we all didn't work, the world wouldn't run. What about your doctors, nurses, armed forces? This is it. This is the choice. Like, you have to go back a little bit in time to understand that the world did not function like this. There was doctors, there was nurses, of course they were, but they weren't jobs, essentially. These were people who actually looked after their community. You didn't need to get paid to do these things. That's what community looks like. That's what socialism looks like. That's what communism looks like. The things that capitalist societies like the UK have taught you to be afraid of. Hi, Kiss Star Kiss. Good to see you. Good to see you. Kiss Tell says, I agree. Let's all be racist like you. Spot on. Have a lovely day. I am bi. What? It's always interesting, like the lack of grammar in the comment section sometimes with these people. Okay. Actually, if you can read it properly, it says, you say I'm racist, then prove it. That's what it actually says. I have to tell people how to read. I have to read things out loud. DP Art says you have to be the most unintelligent influencer on here, all in capital letters and laughing. Ha 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 ha. That's what they say. Okay. Well, who are you measuring me up against? Because we've heard the way that you Neanderthals speak. We've heard. We've really heard it. Hi, Brother Cypriot Cow, and Mazzy as well is here. Mazzy Carter, good to see you, my Nigerian brother. Hashim says, are you serious? If you care about trees, vote Green. They're an Islamic party. Well, I've cater for black people, but I want a socialist society, and that's why I vote for them, and that's why I've always voted for them. JB says people have a problem with ones who come with no paperwork. I don't have a problem with anyone who doesn't have paperwork, because the British went everywhere with no paperwork. There are almost 1 million illegal British citizens in Spain right now. So what is this business about paperwork? Like, what is that? What is that? What is that? Zara, oh my God, yes. Cold rage for killing a 13-month-old baby, essay abused by Jamie Varley. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, I've seen it. Horrid, horrid. Those two guys, if you guys don't know the case, a homosexual couple adopted a 13-month-old baby, a beautiful 13-month-old baby, and essayed that baby over the course of several months. And the baby, of course, died underneath their care, quote unquote. It's awful. It's absolutely disgusting. So yeah, now I think, have they been, what do you call it? They've been arrested, but I don't know what the sentence is, but it's absolutely horrific. Okay, we've got someone who wants to come up. Somebody called Bookverse today. Bookverse, how are you today?
Fine, and you?
I'm very well, thank you. So I'm just talking randomly, but of course, this is the topic because white people always tell me I'm racist. And I'm like, okay, well, prove it.
Why would people tell you that you're racist?
Because I'm very critical, okay? I'm very critical of English people in England. Of course, I have this English accent, so I'm decolonizing. I'm talking about history. I'm talking about culture. I'm talking about it a lot. And then, of course, I talk about white supremacy, aka white narcissism, as part of it. So as soon as they hear the word white, they just get triggered and say, you're racist. And so that's why they say it. But I want them to also come up here and prove what is actually racist about the things that I'm saying.
No, I think all you said is true. If you said that all white people were that, then I will say you will be generalizing. But yeah, there's white privilege, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, as well, on my page, white privilege exists, white advantage exists, but they don't want to accept these kind of things. And even on my page, my other one, I have a pinned post that talks about how much I love Eastern Europeans. And what colour are Eastern European people? They're white.
The white, yeah.
Yeah, and I talk about how much I love Welsh people and Irish people and Scottish people. You guys are all right, but like I have the ability to discern between different groups of white people. White Western Europeans have been the problem historically. They are the ones that literally went all the way around the world, colonizing, raping, killing people. Yeah, they did all of these terrible things, white Western Europeans. So I'm very specific about the white people that I talk about. And it's up to those people. Yes, corruption as well. So it's up to them to actually, as individuals.
And corrupt our politicians and our leaders of country. That's what they do. They're the ones who corrupt them. You know what happened? Most of our leaders study in the UK or leave from other countries. So they become friends with them. So when they become leaders of this country, they help them to corrupt because it's an old boys' school. You understand?
Yes.
It's old boys' school.
Exactly.
Yes, so they help them to corrupt it. You want land, we can give it to you. You want gold, we can, because they remember, when African people are sending their children, they were sending them to the local university. They send them to Cambridge, Oxford. Where these wealthy people go to school. That's where they go to school. So they are friends with these people, and they help them to you can be like us. And just exploit the people, help us take out the resources, come to our country. And that's what they have been doing for decades. And we said they are corrupted, they teach them how to corrupt. In a few years ago, how can the UK government pay somebody for crude oil into their personal account? Do you think they would allow that in this country? But they would pay someone in an African country.
There's a lot of lack of knowledge about the entire continent of Africa and why we are working so hard to remove Western European influence. People don't actually understand that Africa never used to be 54 countries, first of all. They don't understand. They don't know anything about the 1884 scramble for Africa. They called it the scramble for Africa, where the Belgian King Leopold literally said, okay, guys, the best and biggest continent on this planet has so much resources that we can steal. What we're going to do is we're going to have a round table talk, not invite anybody from the continent of Africa. We're going to have it just amongst the Europeans, and we're going to decide between ourselves who's going to be involved in this scramble. And of course, it was the 5 or 6 countries, including the United Kingdom. And that's what they did, is they divided it. They had a conversation. Then they divided it up, created lands, drew lines between different kingdoms, caused conflicts. And then they just did absolutely atrocious things for 400 years, including the transatlantic slave trade.
Of course.
Which again meant removing people from those lands, but also installing their own ideologies in these places. So when they claimed that they had churches as well. Thank you. I've had this conversation recently as well about why churches ended up in the continent, ended up in the motherland, because you needed an extension of white Western European ideology. Also embassies, the British embassy was also running out of churches too. So British soldiers needed somewhere. And you also wanted to have a presence of what whiteness or what the white Western European looked like. That's why there's 100,000 churches in Muslim countries, and there's only 20,000 mosques in Christian countries. There's a big disparity there. So this is what happens. Once you have yourself divided, and then over hundreds and hundreds of years, whiteness tries to tell you, you need to act like this, and you need to be like this, and be like that, and be like that. And then, of course, when you have people who want to be the house, they're like, okay, well, I'm just going to do exactly what my master says, which is then go back to the continent and then just continue that white ideology, which obviously doesn't help the people. This is why they've always tried to assassinate our leaders who've actually broken out of that.
Okay. Remember that what they do when our leaders stole the money, where do they bank their money? in Europe and
Oh,
America.
in Europe. Yeah, in
Yes,
Europe.
so that is where I'm coming from. Is and all these money reach these because they're friends, their friend that they go to university with. But 200 million went into somebody's account, and
Yeah.
and and
Yeah.
nobody and nobody and
It's all money
yes,
laundering. Yeah, it's all money
yes.
laundering, and it's the whole horrific thing is that the money that's being laundered is the money that belonged to the continent in the first place. It's very frustrating because we had so many riches. Of course, the same with India as well. The way that the British were in India for
Oh,
200 years, they had the highest GDP in the world, and then of course 200 years there, they took their money, they took their
Remember the
textile
famine?
industry. And they got famine. Exactly.
Less than 80 years ago, when Churchill starved them, we take their food and starve them to famine. Take their own
Yeah.
food to feed Britain and starve the
Yeah.
people to death. Churchill did it.
I've had many conversations about the famine, and you know what British people, English people say? They say, "Well, what would you have done in that situation?" Britain actually did have a food industry. They had wheat, they had crops, they actually had things in the UK. They should have been more resourceful. And especially because Britain wasn't really one of the main battlegrounds, they literally had opportunities to cultivate the land. The reason why
course.
the Anglo-Saxons came to Britain is because the land was more abundant than where it was in Northern Europe. So they didn't have any
Yeah.
excuse. The problem was is they had a greedy leader in Winston Churchill who was like, okay, well, I'm going to take this food here because he was racist. He'd said things about Indian people that he didn't want them to continue breeding, like we
Yeah.
know. He said there was too many brown people there, so I'm going to take all their food, I'm going to give it to British people, and I'm going to give it to our troops as well, because they were very focused on their white on white crime. That's all they wanted to do. It was like white on white crime. We're all fighting against each other, and we need to just take everything we can from black and brown people. And that has become their culture, just taking for black and brown people. Thank you so much, Wicked Man. Stay around. We've got Uhu. I don't know if she's still there, if they're still there. Uhu
Still here.
found. Yes, you're there. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you on this fine morning?
Oh, I'm very well. It's a little bit later in the day. I'm in a different time zone, but I'm very good for today. Yes. So what would you like to add to the topic? This is the main topic, but of course we're talking about
Yes.
other things here as well.
From my personal experience, no, you're not racist. You're literally saying what it is. I grew up in London all my life. I'm 23 years. From what I've seen from my personal experience, these people in England, I don't know what on earth they're drinking, what they're eating, but it's very concerning. Let's just put that. Let's just say that you're going around marching. Oh, give us our country back! Stop all the boats! They take all the jobs. What jobs are you people even working? What are you doing? You're sat on your ass on the dole, crying about your arm and your leg. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, be quiet. You sound and look ridiculous. You sound and look ridiculous. I'm so sorry.
But jobs, they talk about jobs. Is jobs available? Is jobs really available in Britain?
Yes, there are. So the last time I checked, which actually was quite some time ago, I think it was like 1 million jobs available, or maybe even more than that. And they still have a very high unemployment rate. One thing that makes me laugh about the job conversation is this DEI thing, right? Then they try to say, oh, it's DEI. The UK, like I say, is the birthplace of capitalism. Why on earth would any company that wants to make money employ somebody who's not qualified? It doesn't make sense. You cannot employ somebody who's not qualified. It makes no sense. And it is really, really terrible that they're trying to say that, you know, they're taking all our jobs. It's like, just go get qualified then. We all grew up in the same system. I'm British born, right? I went to the same schools as you guys. Had the same opportunities. I grew up on a council estate. All of these things, but the difference is cultural. Our parents did not let us rest. They kicked our bloody asses until we actually achieved something. Unfortunately, in you guys' culture, it's not like that. You don't have the encouragement. You don't have the kick-ass attitude from your parents, and it's generational. It has gone for a very long time. I always bring up the fact that some of you guys know, some of you guys don't know, that a lot of British people, English people, their surnames are their family trade. Butcher. Baker,
Taylor.
boatwright, yeah, tailor, This is literally all your family industry, but the taxes became so high in England that you couldn't afford to actually continue doing that job, and you didn't know how to diversify and change and evolve and grow like the rest of us. This is why immigrants and descendants of immigrants have been able to become prosperous, because we're not tied to the history of how the United Kingdom was actually created. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. We got any more to add, Ohu? And then otherwise we'll move to Sun.
Also, just the whole my thing is, right, if we put here's what I think. Let's all stop let's just all of them stop the nonsense of going around on these protests. So not protests, these marches, because they're not protests, they're marches. They're racist, right wing, stupid marches. You're going around mashing up people's property. Look what's happening in Flippin Island with Yves Tequila and Sudanese people over there. What are you doing? Like, like you can't make this stuff up. All these people just look so ridiculous, and the more they blame it on us who aren't white English or white Irish or white Scottish or white Welsh, you're just breaking down your own country yourselves. It's not us doing it. So let them continue doing it. That's what I think.
Exactly.
So,
There's no stopping it. There's no convincing them otherwise, because I mean, we've already tried to do that. We've already tried to educate these people. We tell them exactly what's what, but the Neanderthal brain takes over every single time. So they just have their own narrative, and you just gotta let them get on with it. Like, literally let them get on with it and be like, okay, all right, we did tell you, like, especially now, it's right to bring up the fact about Northern Ireland and everything that has happened with Yves Tequila, is that, it's like we've been telling you about the police, we've been telling you about these systems, how discriminatory they are towards people, but they never believe it until they become a victim to it as well. So, that's the way it is. Right, we've got Sun here. Sun, how are you? Oh, actually, 1 minute. Let me just check something. I'll be back. Just give me 1 minute and I'll bring you in, Sun. 1 minute.
If they want their country, if they want their country, if they want their country back, can they just give us back what they stole from us? That's
right.
fine.
Thank you. So, oh my gosh, the British Museum, they went on to smash up that museum. I'm so sorry. It angers me.
I'm not even talking about artifacts. I'm talking about the billion that they helped build their country on. That's what I'm talking. 'Cause artifacts can't let me eat bread. They can keep that. They can keep it. It doesn't matter to me. Give us something that can build our continent back. That's what we want to do. Give us so we can build our wipe off our debt that they stole from. What they give, the money that they stole, they lend it back to us. They stole the money and lend it back to us. So that's
with interest. Remember, with interest.
Yes, wipe off our debts. Give us, and let us leave their country.
They couldn't. Exactly. It would be so good if they could do that, but they need us, and this is the problem. They just need us. They can't live without us. They take our resources. They take our energy. They take our culture. All of these things. They're literally their whole existence is based on how we've lived as the global majority. So they can't live without us. And I always think it's so funny how I have these conversations quite a few times a week, and they will claim how much they just hate black people and they hate this and hate that, but they always come to these conversations. I block hundreds of people all of the time, but they cannot be without us. They can't be without us. But I'm going to go with Sun. I'm going to go to Sun now, please. Sun, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you. You invite me. And thank you. I watch your topic always. I'm interested in what you're doing. Keep going, sister. That's what I said to you.
I've seen you around, Son. I've seen you around. I've seen you, like, you've come up before, but I think you've probably been busy and gone and needed to go somewhere, or like you've been having conversations. So welcome to the panel. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate the time you give me.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to add, though, Son?
What I said, thank you. I watch your topic. That is, I watch you. That is enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Okay, we've got anti-racist mum here this morning. Hello, anti-racist mum.
Hey, I'm just going to try and get to a quieter street. I'm
Okay.
en route
Should I come back to
somewhere.
you?
No,
Should I
no,
come
I'm
back to
down
you?
the alley now, so it's fine. No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Can you hear me? I'm down an alley.
Yes, can
So,
hear you perfectly.
like,
Yes.
so boring, isn't it? Anti-white racism is a unicorn. It does not exist. Like, can we just stick some bloody dummies in these mouths and nappy them up of these people and stick them in a playpen, ideally with a lid on it, probably set fire to it once they're all in it. I am so bored of these Neanderthals, brain rotten racists, athletes foot of the brain crew that haven't got more than one brain cell operating and are crying fake wannabe victim nonsense. I said to some of them the other day, well, I followed some of them through my town the other day and I did a live, and hopefully we got a lot of screen grabs on that, because, you know, the Great British Neanderthal is the biggest threat to women and children, and I'm sure most of them are already on the
Globally.
sex offenders register. Yeah,
Yeah.
globally. So I was asking people to screen record and screen grab so that we can find out which of these invaders, cockroach Epstein class invaders to my town, already have criminal records for abusing women and children. And then, you know what they did? Beat up women and children. Beat up women
Of
and children, because
course.
the police just let them, because the police are the biggest criminal gang in this country, and we have absolutely no politicians with any backbone. They're all being controlled by the same predator network that is running the fake state, pulling the strings of the tango tyrants. I'm sick of them, and that bloody Husk dude needs to stick his head in a guillotine. I'm sick to death of him as well. Biggest man baby scrounger on the planet. That is not success. That is evidence of your deprivation. You got that much money and there's still poverty, hunger. And the other thing I want to say is, get all the global north businesses out of the global south. Transfer ownership to every business to people from the nations in the global south. Dismantle the UN, because that's a money laundering racket. All the World Bank, all of these scumbag organisations, and get every single sun allergy
Doesn't fit for
person
purpose,
back
UN.
to the countries that they're supposed to be in, not in the global south. Every single sun allergy person. We're not supposed to be there. We're not asking. Look, it's evident, isn't it? We're not supposed to be there. We get burnt. We go bright red like tomatoes. Like, we sweat.
All of the videos I've seen this year,
Yeah.
I'm just going to.
I'm going to
there's a
keep
lot of-
fighting this fight and
just-
keep screaming at these muppets.
I'm so sorry.
Because they're
There's
boring
a-
me, and I'm
there's a
getting
lot of-
angry.
there's a lot of
I'm getting
background-
really
there's a
angry
lot of
with them.
background
And
noise, Nikki.
I want to hurt.
Nikki, 1 minute, just sorry. There's a lot of background noise. It's really loud. So I'm so sorry. Hopefully you get to a quieter place, and I hope that you can talk some more. But yes, about the sun, I think this is a very funny point to pick up as well. The sun is getting hotter, and we're definitely seeing more videos of white people talking about sun poisoning. I'm sure you guys are probably seeing this now. Like, I remember years ago going to Cornwall, I think it was. Is it Cornwall? No. Newquay. Going to Newquay when I was at university. So I'm talking about like 20 years ago, right? Went to Newquay, and it was all black people. Me, my two sisters, my other black friend, and two white people, right? This was us. Who was the ones who were suffering? My friend, our friend Dean, the first day, right, he literally swam right into the sea. We saw dolphins, and he swam. We were like, oh my God, what's that guy doing? He's crazy. He swam out into the sea. He come back. We're like, dude, you need to go and get some after sun. Like, you've been out in there. I never seen a man change colours like chameleon. He was purple, he was red, he was yellow. We were like, dude, I told you to go and put some stuff on, because he was too confident. He was with black people. We didn't put on anything. We were chilling. Our other white friend as well was also suffering, but our friend Dean was the most suffering. We went out in the night, got into a club. All of a sudden, we're like, where's our friend gone? He didn't even tell us he was going. He went back to the hostel that we were staying in. He was sitting on his bed with the lights on, like, I'm in so much pain, guys. Like, we told you. we told you. And the next days, this is the first time I ever seen it, he was peeling himself off, like he was peeling off a sheet of clothes, like a bed sheet or something, peeling from here down. And we were like, wow, the sun was not your friend. It's not your friend. So when white people talk about how they are supposed to be superior and that, I don't know, what else do they say? What else do they say? I don't know. But if you are superior, why do the things around you try to like hurt you? I also talked about how in Australia, you only see like white people getting eaten by snakes and shit like that, and like get bitten by spiders. There's a lot of stuff that actually tries to kill white people in Australia. And it's like, because that's not your land, guys. That's not your land. You barely hear from other countries that say, "Oh, well, someone said
It's karma, karma.
Yeah, it's all the natural things. Yeah, but it's the natural things because we don't have it in ourselves to be as brutal as they were. It is the natural nature that is unaliving them. So, like we talked about the declining birth rates, we're talking about the sun, we're talking about the animals. Like, look at all those dangerous, poisonous plants as well. It's always them. And I've talked about even the billionaires, how they end up getting unalived, right? So those people that do deep sea diving or those cave divers, you know, they unalive themselves because they're doing all this risky shit and we're like, we ain't doing that. So they have to do it to themselves. Okay, we've got also Magaman as well on the panel, please. Magaman, how are you?
Good night. It's really interesting, your panel.
Thank you. Do you know what the funny thing is? I'm inviting all the white people to come up because they tell me I'm racist all the time. Obviously, this is the topic. No white people are coming up except for anti-racist mum who understands, you know, what we're talking about. But you know, I'm saying white people come up. Oh, we've got some person who wants to come up now. But Magaman, do you want to continue, please, and I'll go in order.
Yes. I, you know, the one question I'd love to ask all these people who are talking about they don't want black people in their country, and you know, blacks are taking over their society. I would like to ask them if the black people in their country should take themselves out and go back to Africa, go back to wherever they come from, and would they stay away from these countries that black people come from and not have anything to do with them?
Of course not.
They're asking that black people go back to their country, but then they want to come in your country, extract everything that is good, and leave you in squalor. Right?
Yeah.
Black people go to their country, they go to university, they study, they become the best, and they hate you for it.
Yeah.
So
they don't understand how we excel in a system that's against us and it's for them.
Exactly.
Like why are we leapfrogging them? They don't understand it.
And the thing about it is they try to gatekeep in every society there is. They try to gatekeep. And black people still excel while they're sitting on their butts doing nothing. So
we know this. Studies are there, statistics are there. We're in the culture, we see it, but they want to deny it still. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But stick around. We're going to move to Dua as well because I do want to get to the English guy we've got here and the next person as well. Because, like I say, this is the topic today.
I'm going to ask you to take me down, and I listen. Continue listening.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you.
Good to be here.
Thank you. Bye. Right. Okay. So, we've got now Dua. Dua, mute. Is that right? Yes. Dua, how are you today?
I'm okay, my divine sister. I'm okay. And let me just say that your live is completely needed for our community. We need the voice. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, brother.
I agree with most, all of what you were saying. I've studied blood science for 3.5 years, and I will say this biologically. One of us on the planet is going extinct and is very angry about it. The reason why that person is going extinct is because of me and my bloodline. If you do not possess brain and central nervous system melanin, you're not human. Okay? Animals, plants, and humans all possess brain and central nervous system. Everybody possesses it except Europeans. And I'm not on here to tear down Europeans. I'm simply on here to express real science and facts. The reason why I think...
Science and facts,
sister. The reason why I think whitey people are, especially the racist ones who act like that, because you have some who aren't intentionally, what I would think, that they're not intentionally racist, but come across racist. But let me just say this. From the very beginning of time, YT people have been archaic. They haven't
From the
been in
beginning.
touch. From the beginning, sis. There's never been a point where they were civilized. They had to go to the African to be civilized. So my point this morning is that the reason why we're seeing Trump, who is now 80 years old and is very ill, running around and snatching up children from their families is because that's all the Neanderthal knows how to do, is destroy and steal and obliterate things. Go up into the ozone layer, destroy that. Go down into the ocean, spill the oil. I don't care, because I'm not inheriting nothing here. I want to say to my people, I want to say to my race, we are such a beautiful and design reflection of our creator, especially this sister. Good morning, sister. You are an absolutely divine reflection of our creator, because she is absolutely divine. And I'll say this, the fact that she's educated, the fact that she's well-spoken, and the fact that she's not hateful. This is who we were before we were corrupted by this beast. Because I don't mean to sound the way I sound. I'm not a racist. My mother didn't raise me to be racist. But I will say this. I'm in my 40s and I've seen a lot of attacks happen. I've seen a lot of incidents happen with BOK people and YT people. And what I've noticed is that, and again, this is not for all YT people, because I don't know all YT people or BOK people, but what I have seen of the ones that's been around me, I'm from London, and in the city of London, is fear. Only a little scared bully would run around and wave a flag. That's who waves a flag. Somebody who's terrified of this other person becoming in control. So what I have to do is, because I've realized that when I go and grape your women, she doesn't produce me. She produces herself. So after 400 years of that, I've now realized I now have to control these people. Otherwise, if they begin to start to control and realize that they're the powerful ones, my son showed me this in a movie named Ants, where...
You're the second person that's brought that movie out this week. Yeah, someone else brought up Ants this week. I need to watch it again, because the only bit I remember is the person, the one who's doing this, like... I need to watch it again.
Because sisters like you and brothers like you remind brothers and sisters like me that actually we are in control. It's my music that's being stolen. It's my mannerisms. It's my walk, talk, dress. It's my finance that pays for you, Mr. Racist Boy. Because if we weren't here, go back to your country. Hold on a minute. All the countries were Africa at one point. Let's not forget. All the countries and islands and stuff broke away from their mother. The motherland, Afuaka. So let's not forget that wherever we are, Africa goes with us.
Yes,
and that's all I had to say, sister. Thank you very much for having me in your life.
Thank you so much. Honestly, I love it when my brothers and sisters come up here and they spit such beautiful fire and they really empower us as well as Black people. I hope anybody who is here is Black. I am doing weekly lives now, by the way, every Saturday morning. So please, if you want to come by for some specific Black empowerment, please come by on Saturday mornings to discuss more Black issues. Like I said, I'm inviting everybody. I've clicked this button many times. Everybody can come up. Anybody can come up, but it is a very Black heavy panel so far. And I really appreciate the brothers who have come by so much. And we have, of course, had a white sister as well in Anti-Racist Mum. So yeah, this is the thing. It's anybody from the global majority. It is up us to remember how powerful we were before the white Western European decided to broach the world with its Neanderthal behavior. It is very, very important. And this is why I created this space. It was for us to empower ourselves. And then, of course, we're very much talking about history. We're talking about culture. We're talking about present day, the way that the world looks like. And it is important for us to remember who we are and where we're going to and how we can move forward together still as the global majority. Okay, we've got now English Bulldog next on the panel. English Bulldog, how are you?
Yeah,
I'm good. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I just saw the panel. And I just thought, let me come up.
Mm-hmm.
I w- the last guy that was on the panel, his name was Dual, right? I agree. I agree with him when in his aspects what he's saying. I have to agree with all the things he was saying. Unfortunately, I don't want to agree with it, but unfortunately, I have to agree with him. He's right, and this is the thing: is you guys gonna have to pay for this now, and we're gonna go to the last step to get rid of you guys, and that's the truth. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. We have
Which
to.
guys? Which guys?
As you say,
Which guys?
people that look like you. I'll be honest, people that look like you, and we're gonna do it because I'm tired of everything. I'm tired of the situation, the country. I'm just tired.
Interesting.
Let him
So
talk. Let him talk.
Yeah.
we're gonna have to do it. But I agree with him. But this is what's gonna happen.
Your accent is kind of strong. Can somebody look at his profile to see if this is a legitimate white person, please? You guys in the comment section, can you do your research to see if this is actually a real white person or is it a black or brown person to pretending to be white? Because if you come as someone who's not yourself, to me that's always weird. Because I'm here in my face, in my body, I'm here. I'm not pretending to be anybody else, because if you pretend to be someone else, you're kind of a loser. Actually, you don't feel confident. You don't feel confident. You don't feel confident enough to be your own self, and that's pretty sad.
I'm a Scouser, mate.
That's pretty sad.
I'm a Scouser.
That's pretty sad. Okay.
I'm not.
Okay, boring. It's actually boring. Right, we've got Tiz next, please. Tiz, how are you?
Can you go live so we can see? Okay, he's go.
No, he's gone. I dropped him because, boring. I dropped him because it's just boring, It's like, I really like having good conversations on here that have actually got good flow and, intelligence. So I don't know. Someone says he's following a lot of black people. Did anyone confirm whether it was actually a white person? Because some of them do follow a lot of black people and it's weird. It's just weird behavior. Anyway, Tiz, how are you, Tiz? Tiz, are you there? Tiz, are you on the toilet? The angle was strange. No. Tiz?
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm not on the toilet. What I'm actually doing is I'm leaning over the kitchen side.
Hold on. We've got some real bad. Are you recording? Someone's recording or something. There's some real bad feedback on your thingy, Tiz. Are you recording? I do upload the lives. Yeah, it was really feedback. Anti-racist mum is back. Yes. Anti-racist mum. I don't live in England. So, Mandy, just a minute. Does this look like England to you? Does this look like England to you? Does this look like England? There's my barbecue back there. There's my hot tub over there in the corner. What England looks like this? With the sun that's around 340 days a year. What part of England is this? It's not England, love. This is the thing with you people. You make assumptions about people, where they live, who they are, etc. Mandy, if you had some brain, you would actually ask the question. You would ask, do you live in England? Then I'd think you are just like the rest of you Neanderthals, because that's what you actually say. It's just, do you live in England? You live in England. Do you live in England? It's boring. Anti-racist mum. Carry on.
Oh, that dude that you had up is so thick. You could hear how thick he was from the way he was speaking. I actually find people that speak that slowly so irritating. I can't bear to be around them. And then when they're not stringing a sentence together with any coherence, just proves to me why they're degenerates of society, aren't they? They don't feel any value. In fact, I flush more value to humanity on a monthly basis than their entire collective existence. I really, I just would like to eradicate them from existence because we don't need their DNA passed on. They're like the malfunctioning, you know, like the product Z at a factory that would be thrown in a bin. This is why they're dragging their knuckles for our streets. This is why they are behaving like they are, because if they were actually a product in a factory, they'd already have been disposed of by now. They're not worth anything. They're like, they have not educated. They've rotted their brain cells intentionally. Like they have smartphones and they don't even use them to educate themselves. They've got, you know, it's just so frustrating.
Isn't
that
it
these
funny
people even
that-
breathe. Their oxygen.
The word smart is quite ironic though, isn't it? It's like they're smartphones. They're supposed to make them a little bit smarter. But we've talked about that thing recently about how they're using AI a lot, right? How they're using ChatGPT and Grok, the way that they're paying to use Grok on Twitter, right-wing platform, to try and say, oh, you know what, guys, I'm going to prove you right by using AI, which again is programmed by a bunch of white people. So like they actually don't have the ability to read and research anymore. On that note, I was watching back some of the lives that I've done in the past week or so, especially to do with the Henry Novak and Vikram Digwa case. I looked at the very first video that I did, the very first live, right? And I read the case. In the comment section, people were saying, how do you know that? Were you there? How do you, like, I'm reading the case. I can read it. How do you know? How come you've got the information and no one else has got the information? I'm like, it's literally, it's on the internet, guys. Like, you guys are not reading. And honestly, they're like cream. Like, where can I read this? Where can I just Google it like I did? Just Google it. You can see it right there. We've got the same internet. Nothing is being withheld from you. Just bloody read the case and you'll have the same opinion if you're not racist. But if you are racist, then you'll have the opinion that Henry Novak was not the instigator and he was an innocent boy walking home. Like, that's exactly how you think. So, yeah, these smartphones and technology, you have to be able to use smartphones and technology correctly. You have to be able to be skilled to use it. A lot of you guys here, unfortunately, and I hate to bring this up because it makes me kind of sad, but my mother is terrible with technology. My father is brilliant though. My mother is diabolical. I literally have to teach her so much that I'm just like, I'm so frustrated. And like a few months ago, we were even talking about the Google. Some people don't know how to Google. Some people don't know how to put in particular entries into Google to get the right information. So really and truly, we have to look at actually the varying degrees of intelligence that lives on this planet, because some people aren't even on the same, like on the first step. They're not even there yet. They're not even there. Anti-racist mum, are you still there? Are you in a good area?
I think my road is busy now that I'm walking up. I'll try you when the cars have gone past.
Yes, please, sister. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to go back to Tiz now because Tiz had some crazy background noise, and then we'll come back to Johan. Tiz, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, can hear you fine.
Good. I don't normally do these morning ones, but you're so controlled in these lives, and I love the way that you just don't play. So I just come to really say good. I come to say good morning to everybody. I come to say SYM to that thing that just popped up in the box. I think that you make some great points. That this platform is flooded with people who have so little in their lives. And I'm going to say this with my face because otherwise I'll be an absolute hypocrite. There are so many people that have so little in their lives that all they can do is sit behind a donut profile and talk absolute breeze. You have the most powerful computer that man has ever built in your hand, and yet you have less intelligence and comprehension and critical thinking than my 5-year-old who sat over there, and he ain't even on key stage 1 yet. This little man's smarter than 90% of you donut profiles will ever be. And I'll just end because I've got to take the kids to school. But I'm just going to end by saying
Rob is saying something about. Tell her about last night. Does something happen on one of your lives last night or something?
Last night was jokes. We because I try to be serious a lot of the time. I try to be structured, but occasionally I just throw it out the window and go, I can't be arsed. Let's just have some fun. So we spent 20 minutes playing what we call right wing bingo, and all you basically do is you just shout out stock phrases. That's all you have to do. It's brilliant. It's so liberating at times to just stand there and go, stop the boats. Is it allow? Send them back. Send them back. House them in your house. Put them in your house. Send them back. Stop the boats. Stop the boats. You wouldn't let them in. We can't import our own. So it was very liberating. But what we had was some clearly, we had some young boys come up who've got nothing but, bear in mind, the World Cup's on, right? You're 20 odd years old. It's the summer. Why are you sitting on here behind a fake profile being racist? It makes no sense, and I do think this is a social experiment to dumb down the population, and I think it's for another live this, but I have my own ideas on what the kind of the end goal is. But yeah, I just you know what, I think it's been a relatively in the battle that will never end. It has been a relatively. There's only small wins, but it's been a relatively successful weekend in terms of some of the wins. The Fash getting run out of Brighton, Ryan Bridge from Raise the Colours getting arrested.
Yes.
AY Audit's about to wish he'd never messaged me in the first place. Maidstone, like all of these like little positive wins. And you know what? This is my final message is to all you racist fassies out there. Yeah, can I say fassy? Fassy's all right, isn't it? Yeah. All you racist fassies out there, yeah? Do you know what? We love it. Keep it coming. There's nothing you can say to us that we ain't heard a million times before. And the difference between us, and I say this with my chest, us and you lot, your ilk, yeah, is that this is a sport to us. We love it. Yeah, you couldn't last 5 minutes walking in our shoes, let alone last 5 minutes with us on these platforms.
They've already proved that they can't. They've already proved that they can't. Jack, don't unmute. So 1 minute, Jack, you keep unmuting. Just wait because I will bring you in. You see, we've got other people waiting before you, Jack. So please wait. Don't unmute. If you unmute yourself one more time, you will be dropped. Okay. So everybody can hear me saying to Jack, if you unmute yourself one more time because there's other people waiting, if you unmute and talk one more time, Jack, you will be dropped. You've been told.
My final words are because Jack is super impatient. My final.
So you hear these? So 1 minute. Tiz.
Shut it.
Brother, go back to your mum's titty, yeah? You obviously didn't spend enough time
1 minute,
on it.
Tiz.
So take your blood clot back to your mum. Take your blood clot back to your mum's
1
titty.
minute, Tiz. Tiz, 1 minute. Sorry to mute you. It's just because I just want to highlight the Neanderthal for a minute, Tiz, and I know you've got something to go, but he's on teacup for some reason. I mean, that must be a child that's like 2 years old or something. Anyway, I've dropped that person. Sorry, carry on, Tiz. Unmute. You have to unmute, Tiz. Tiz, can you hear me? Unmute. There, yeah. Oh, God, again. Unmute again. Hold on. Unmute, Tiz. Unmute.
How about now?
There, go on.
There you go.
Yeah,
You got me.
Go on.
Just all I want to end on saying is, Jack, and the rest of you, go back to your mama's titty because obviously you didn't spend enough time on there. You didn't get the nutrients that you needed. Yeah, she failed you as a parent. Your father's failed you. Yeah. So what I would do is probably go back a few stages and see if you can reset. If you can't, while you're on your mama's titty and nothing's happening, you can go suck her. And on that beautiful note, I bid you all a lovely morning and day. Farewell. Fox, you're a queen. Anti-racist mum, you're a queen. And Passiols, you're just that. Passiols. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tiz. Have a great day. Thank you, brother. Bye.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we've got Johan next, please. Johan, how are you? Johan? Yes, Johan. Hello. Are you there? You're unmuted. Hello?
Hello, do you hear me?
Hello? Yeah, you're very quiet though. You're very in the distance, Johan.
It's sometimes my phone will not work so good. I have another take on what I see is the way it is.
It's really. Have you got headphones in or something, or your phone is broken? We can barely hear you.
Okay, I try to talk a little higher.
Let's.
I see another form of oasis was in the countryside. How many immigrants or other races live there. It seems they don't want to live among the countryside. It's so.
Who?
Most of the
Racists don't want to live in the countryside. What?
No. What I mean was that people who are not white don't not so many people not white don't want to live in the countryside.
Uh-huh.
And that is for me a form of racism. Why are they avoiding? Why should I live together with the
Hold on. So let me get this straight. You're saying because black and brown people don't want to live in the countryside, it makes them racist.
For me,
So the black and brown people who don't want to experience racism, they're the racist ones.
why don't they want to live together with the white in the countryside?
Because that's where racism lives a lot, in the countryside. It has been very proven, and it is an experience, that the less diverse an area it is, the more racist it is. Like, everybody knows this, Johan. Everyone's very aware of this.
But if I had to emigrate to another country, where a lot of majority of black, I had moved out in the countryside because you integrate better, and so that you work against
because why is that, Johan? Because black people are welcoming to white people. It doesn't work in the other way around, Johan.
Yes, in some areas.
That's how it works. Johan.
That is not correctly right.
Oh, give me some proof then. Give me some statistics to tell how dangerous it is for white people to go into live in black countries. Like, tell us.
No,
Tell us the thing.
I talk about the other way. The countryside in the white country. There's a lot of people adopted from Asia or Africa who lived amongst the white people out in the countryside without problem.
Well, yes. Are you thinking that 100% of people live perfectly? 100% of people aren't going to live perfectly. There are going to be some people that don't have the best experience, Johan. You've clearly never spoken to anyone that's not white before, have you? You've never spoken to anyone who's not.
Yes,
no, you haven't, Johan.
Yes.
No, you haven't. Johan, you haven't. You've never spoken to anyone properly about their experience. You were married to what? To who?
To a woman from Congo Kinshasa. And I
So you went. So you met somebody from Kinshasa, and how did you do that, Johan? How did you do that?
She was a refugee here in Sweden. She was a refugee here in Sweden.
And how did you manage to get yourself involved with a refugee in Sweden, Johan? How did that manage to happen?
How
did you? Because refugees aren't necessarily integrating like they're literally just trying to work. Like, how did you get yourself involved with a refugee from Kinshasa, Johan?
I met her on a bus.
You're making me feel kind of sick. You're making me feel kind of sick. You're making me feel sick. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's gone, guys. He's gone. I actually was starting to feel a bit like in my throat. Yeah.
Okay, we've got DT Stranger vibes.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm feeling like gross. It's gross. Okay, DT Stranger,
a lot of these Great British or Neanderthals is they are predators. That is like they're so deplorable, predators.
Yeah, I could talk about so many times, like going to the Gambia. If anyone's been to the Gambia or pretty much any place in Africa, annoyingly, and just how huge it is, when you see a British older gentleman or European older gentleman, they're all, and look at this passport bro thing and everything. They're going to these countries because they want younger black women, and they want to be able to say, "Oh, I've got a British passport." We're not coming to find you. You're coming to find us, and you're going for the younger girl who is. It's disgusting.
Come to the shop with me. My young teenage daughter, after catching men leering at her in supermarkets, white men leering at my mixed heritage daughter in supermarkets last summer. Now that it's warm weather, she ain't coming to the supermarket with me because white men are disgusting predators, majority of them.
Salam alaikum.
It's horrible. It's honestly really. Thank you, D2. Yeah, it's horrible to think that. And I think what's really dangerous about living in the UK is because we've all been gaslit for so long to say that there was no problem in the UK. The problem's over there. Look over there, guys. It's over there. You know, it's horrible because then, of course, now you see thousands of cases of women now coming out and say, well, my dad did this to me and my brother did this to me. Like, it's horrific. It is horrific that they've literally had to say that this was normal until it came out, actually, this is not fucking normal. It is not normal that this is Firemouth, I'll bring you in. I know you've been here before. Good to see you, Firemouth. But I am going to D2. I have mentioned their name like 3 times now. D2, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, good morning, sis. I'm all good. You
Hello.
racist. I don't think I've ever heard anything like of the sort come out of your mouth or your mindset or the way you conduct yourself. And I say at some point, I call your sister for a reason. Not because we share blood, because purely of your respect for somebody.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to touch on something early on. There's a little saying that I've been saying right for the last few days. No point having a smartphone when the operator is quite dumb.
Yeah.
It's quite true. And you know these far right that are kind of surfacing. I've actually started thinking about it in a deep, deep aspect, and I think these far right are groomed.
They are. Yes, you are correct.
Are groomed, and I don't know why they're groomed for.
It's generational. It's gone on for hundreds of years, you know, and it's become cultural to not be able to challenge anything, to just accept, you know, and it goes way back. And I even talk about the Industrial Revolution a lot, about how English people actually had to contract their own children into slavery from 4 until 21 years old. And they tried to call it child labor, but it was slavery. It was slavery, and children were sold by workhouses back to the government. They were trading in children's lives. And so, you know, these kids grew up without parents because a lot of them passed away because, of course, the disease was rife in Britain and in the towns where there were industry. So they grew up without parents. They grew up without guidance. And then it just became generational. So then they just realized that they had to work for the empire. And that's all. And that's why you have these flag wavers and talking about the king and talking about like how much they love everything. It's tunnel vision. They don't know how to think anything differently. And when we're talking in a completely different language. Even though we're all talking English, we're like, we don't believe the same things as you guys because it's not our system, right? We were not, it's not our DNA. We don't have the history like that. That's why they think that we're the crazy ones. And it's like, well, actually, we're the ones who are actually talking sense. We can see things from the outside because you guys are inside the bubble and we're not inside it. Yeah.
Quite crazy, right? It's quite crazy that ethnic minorities are educating the people of this land that are indigenous in this country, that uphold a sense of value to this country. And like I say, if you're proud to be English.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
1 minute. So hold on, Lucas. So everybody who's on the panel now, please wait your turn. Okay, I'm talking, of course, to D2 now, then it's Samantha, then it's Jamie, then it's Raj, then it's Lucas, then Rob, then Diamond. So please wait your turn. Do not interrupt, otherwise I will drop you. D2, carry on, please.
I'm not following that. Right. Lucas, thank you very much for making me lose my train of thought. I appreciate it, but this is something directly at you.
Neanderthals, thank you so much for showing us, guys. I love it when the Neanderthals come by and all they can do is go, "Wah!" Like we're talking about truth, history, culture, science, like literally all of these subjects, and all they can do is just
Friday night curry, but I'm going to jump off.
Great replacement theory.
I'm going to love you and leave you.
Sorry.
I'm going to go to bed in a bit, but I just want to leave you with one thought. This is to the far right. You know that white supremacy behavior? Learn to rein it in. Just because
they don't know how to.
Just because 2 people of color are talking, have some patience. because you will get your turn.
They can't.
On that note, I'm gonna love you and leave you. Have a good night. Bye.
Thank you, D2. Thank you. Take care. Sleep well. Okay, we got Samantha next, please. Samantha, how are you? Samantha, are you there?
I'm here.
Samantha Beans. Yes,
Good
hello there. How are you
morning.
today?
Good morning.
Hi.
How are you, my love? You look like sunshine this morning.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So obviously, I mean, this whole panel was to get white people to come up and tell me how racist I am, but not a single person
They're not
has been
ready.
able to do it so far. Yeah, I'm just
I
like,
go on
click,
TikTok
white,
as
like,
well. They're very
tell
loud
me.
from the keyboards, but
Yeah.
it's strange because I truly believe once again that the whole world's been groomed. Like I was 49 last Thursday, and I
Happy
recently
birthday.
thank you so much. And I recently became like I divorced. I come out a long-term relationship like 4 years ago. So I done all my healing, decided to come back on the dating scene, and I'm out here. And it's crazy. It's crazy on so many levels. It's crazy on the levels of like the whole world's being groomed. Being groomed that we shouldn't be together, that we're not supposed to talk about certain things. You got women feeling like they have to do everything. You got men feeling like they're redundant. You got the world feeling like no one should be here. It's crazy out here. That's how I feel. Well,
It's very true. Yeah, after a relationship ends, it really is like going back into the world again, isn't it? I hear this a lot from friends.
My children are mixed race. So I've stepped back out into this world, and I used to date, I'd date who I liked. I can honestly say to you now, as a black woman, stepping back out there, I'm very scared to date out of my race all of a sudden, because it's not the way that it was back when I was like, this is crazy out here.
Yeah.
The way that it's all changed up. Like I can't.
Yes.
The contrast is like night and day.
It's because we have to talk about race now. Like years ago, we didn't have to. It was always there. Of course it was. It was underlying, but it is now part of the conversation where I think most black people or brown people, we will not date white people if you cannot talk about race or understand what things are happening in the country. It is impossible. It is impossible.
I'm so glad that I'm no longer dating and in this relationship whilst this is happening, because when Black Lives Matter happened, oh my gosh, in my household, hearing like people that I thought were my family, people that I sat with, their views, shocking. Then
Yes, that brought it out, didn't it? It really brought out people's real feelings.
Yeah, and then my daughters. Like right now, imagine. So I split with my ex, but my ex has used race to corrupt my daughter, my eldest daughter. And when I say that, he convinces my eldest daughter that me wanting the best for her, trying to encourage her to do good, him being a soft dad, he made out like I was a vicious parent.
Microaggressions.
Oh my gosh. And then when we broke up, he gave my daughter, he was really clever with it. He gave my daughter a choice. Like she can choose who she wants to live with. This is the language, the vernacular. When in actual fact, when a child's breaking up, they should be able to feel like that they can flow freely between both households. But he didn't.
Yes, that's how it should be.
No, he didn't do that. He behaved as though she had a choice, and therefore she chose that choice, knowing full well that he doesn't expect her to work, like he doesn't expect excellence from my brown daughter, whereas I do, and he doesn't. And it's the strangest thing.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're talking about when we talk about culture. He's English. He's English. Yeah. So that's it. This is the lineage, is that in English culture, excelling and success is not part of the culture. It is in ours. We always want more. We want bigger. We want better. What we have is never good enough. Like we want to keep going. So it is really difficult when you've got somebody who you are in a relationship and they're like, well, you know what? You're okay, kid. You're okay, kid. And it's like, no, I know they can do more. And I know that's what we're like in relationships anyway. Like when black women, especially when we're going out with somebody, we're always seeing their potential. This is why everyone wants a black woman and they don't have a black woman because they can't live up to the standard and the loyalty, and because the standard we have is so much higher than everybody else's. This is why white men and white people always try to weaponize it. Oh, well, black women don't get picked. Excuse me, we get picked first. The problem is that you can't keep up with us. That's the problem. That's the problem. We always say, oh, do you know what are you naturally good at? This is what you'd be excellent at. This is literally how you go to this business meeting, go and speak to this person over here, go and network. I've seen this conference, blah blah blah. We're always about making money. We're always about progressing, building, growing. Exactly. They're all like that.
Whenever I shun, it's almost like he was in darkness. But I could deal with all of that. I can deal with all of that white and black stuff because you know what? I put it down to my naivety, not realizing, not checking the levels, not understanding and really truly loving and stepping into my blackness. So that's okay. I was born in the 70s. So I put it down to that. That's okay. What kills me now is this white man now has corrupted my daughter to a point where she speaks to no one in my family.
Oh, no.
The family that raised her. His family didn't. My family did. He speaks not only to me, to nobody in my family, not my brother, my sister, my mum, no one. Okay? And
do you mind me asking how old she is?
She's now 20 years old. Yeah,
I hope that when she grows,
I don't believe it will. I don't believe it will because you know what? She was given I gave away my power, babe. I'm saying this because I'm saying this in the hope that other black women, when you're dating a white guy, remember these things, English man, okay? Remember these things. I gave away my power and I've been waiting for the opportunity to have this conversation on TikTok because I go live as well. Yeah, but to talk about this, it's hard for me, you know, because I have to first of all admit a lot of where I didn't step into my power. I gave it away. I had to forgive myself for that and then come back. But him, I don't care. It's my daughter. Now I have two daughters for him, the 20-year-old and I have a 9-year-old that we are now co-parenting. This man never stopped taking me to court over minor situations, not custody, because he always sees his daughter fortnightly. He
wanted to take all of your energy.
Yes,
he wanted to drain your energy.
He doesn't declare his earnings and he contributes £61 monthly to my youngest daughter's care. He himself lives in a 3 to 4 bedroom house in Amersham with yet another black lady that's choosing to raise my other daughter. Yeah. He gives no help. We do not communicate other than text messages. And he tries to create a disparagement in my youngest daughter's life that he thinks I can't compete with. But the only thing is, I stepped into my power. I am mumming. I am mother. I am woman. I am the greatest in my little daughter's life. I never gave away that power. And so he cannot, under no circumstances, get to her. Already at 9, my little mixed race girl identified as a black lady. Don't get it twisted. My older daughter, who I chose to, because I'm a historian as well. I have a degree in history. I had a degree in business. Like, imagine, I thought to teach my daughter black history, white history, mixed race history was the way to go. Not realizing, no, I teach her what I know. I teach her what I know to give her an identity later on, and she chooses that. I don't try to give her all of her history because I'm just trying to keep it all together, you know? No. You stay in your blackness. Don't lose yourself in these relationships. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yes, it's so true. Thank you so much for sharing such a personal story. And this is the thing, and I'm really glad that you felt confident and comfortable enough to share. So thank you,
Look,
Samantha.
You can see everybody saying, don't date out of your race, don't date out of your race. I'll say it again. I was a child born in the UK. When I was born in the UK, there were no black people on TV. The blackest lady I saw was Floanna Benjamin.
Benjamin, yes.
You understand what I'm saying to you? And Grace Jones. These weren't icons of beauty. Yeah, they weren't icons of beauty. They weren't icons of success. They were actually seen as quite scary people. So me growing up as a black girl in the UK, it wasn't a case where you loved the skin you were in. And I'm not frightened to say that now that I'm of the age that I am. You didn't. You weren't trained. You weren't taught to love the skin that you're in. And that came later on. So it's very difficult to feel accepted. It was very easy to want to be accepted and to find yourself trying to conform. So when you say date in your race, date out of your race, yeah, right now, obviously. But I tell this story in the hope that when you're out there, you know, I want people to be together, unity, community. You know, I don't believe in this world, in a world where we're not supposed to be together, because humans were pack animals. Do you know what I'm saying? We're pack creatures. However, the whitewash of history, you know, i.e., anything from Africa becomes Arabic, anything from Arabic becomes European. Listen, the whitewash throughout history has led us to a place where now I put up my fist and I literally say, I understand when people say, especially black people, pro-black. I get it now. There was a time where I would have thought, no, you can't say that. No, pro-black is the thing. And understand this as well. This is how
because
much understanding.
pro-black it's not the same as pro-white. Like that.
No,
this is the problem, and this is when we are in the white world, because they think that's the same thing. Like pro-black is literally empowering ourselves, remembering our history, remembering our culture, looking at actually how we've been oppressed, all these things. But pro-white means anti-black, anti-brown, anti-everybody else. It means anti-humanity. Pro-white means racism.
Right, that's what it means. Pro-black for me means keep it. Imagine, can I just say this last thing and then I'll shoot off? This is another thing that really buzzed my gaze. I'm of Jamaican origin, okay? And I feel as though, right, as a Jamaican black woman, first of all, we are connected to Africa. Why? As a Jamaican, I feel like we are Africa's biggest export, greatest export. Okay? Because we're a small, tiny country that's known around the world, but we are of African race, don't get it twisted, and we're their greatest and most. They should celebrate us and we should celebrate them, right? But this is the thing that makes me mad now about this whole, like it's crazy. Jamaica, for me, my culture has been outsourced. There is nothing in the Jamaican culture that belongs to us. No more. Africans and Asians have managed to keep certain cultural traditions to themselves. The way they've done this is what I've noticed, is by keeping things secret. Everybody goes on like, no, you mustn't keep things behind closed doors. You mustn't secret, you must share, you know, your culture and show us what you're doing. You know, the Western world loves to say this about cultural things. Share it with us. We want to know. We want to see what you're doing behind your closed doors so that they can take it and culture vulture it. Listen, I feel like my culture is a Jamaican culture where there's nothing that is our own. Not our music, not our food, not our nothing, bro. When I say nothing. And then you have to understand as well, yeah, the Jamaican culture is strong because our crest says from many comes one people. Our history is already very mixed up. Yeah, but when you go to the history of Jamaica and the Jamaicans that are all different colors, my granddad being Chinese Jamaican, yeah, when we all go to the mix up of everybody, we all seen as one Jamaican and we all respect Jamaica and respect the culture. But then it's been so whitewashed because there's so many different cultures and colors in Jamaica. We've tried to hold on, but it's been like pillaged. Like I can't express it. Jamaica, everywhere you go, everybody wants
especially
to be
now,
Jamaican.
especially
crazy.
nowadays, how people like Central C has managed to bypass as being Jamaican, and it's like,
and then they don't. And the thing is, for me, it's like they don't respect it. That's my issue. It's not. It's not that you want to admire it. They don't respect it. They want to whitewash it, take it, vilify it, love it, all the things to it, put it everywhere, and then turn around and say that, you Jamaicans, you know what? You lot don't know your culture. You don't know your women. You don't know your children. You don't know your fathers. Do you know the history of our country? Do you know how hard it is and how we've been teared the fuck down? Do you understand? When I look at Africans like my Nigerian brother-in-law, I love him so much. I look at him as like the slaves that never got took with the proudness in his back and the strength that he walks with. Like he installed a lot of tradition and because he's my older sister's husband, he brought a lot of questions, answers to my family as Jamaicans. And I'm proud of that mix, of that heritage, of that. Leaving this conversation because I'm going to go and give everybody else a chance because I chat like England. I swear I swallow a radio and I love it. But I want to give everybody else a chance. I want to say big up to you for this. This is amazing.
Thank you.
And I want to say, as Black people, we all need to celebrate everybody's culture. Nobody needs to be sticking over here, African this, that. No, we need to get together because if we come together as a what do you call it? A conglomerate. Lord God, we would smash out this country. Yes, we would smash it out.
Yes.
If we stopped. You know the way we stopped buying from Pax Hair.
I'm just gonna. Yes. Oh, have you seen? Yeah, this week I think it's closed.
Yes,
it's closed.
When we
did that.
Yes, when we did that as the women, we did it. We stood together as a conglomerate and we showed that we can freaking move. Imagine if we really did that in this country. This country would be on its knees.
Exactly. I am going to interrupt you now. Thank you, Samantha. Because on that note, on Saturdays, if you were here at the beginning, I said I literally do a black space for exactly like you were talking about, and it is literally to empower Black people. And I would love it if you came by, because the first one I did on Saturday was all men. It was brilliant. It was all men, and it was brilliant. But I was like, "Where's the women? Where's the women? We need strong Black women, please." Yeah, Saturday morning. I can't remember what time.
Please follow me as well.
Thank you. Yes,
you're amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I did it 9 a.m. UK time, I think. Okay. I can't remember. Let me just click you on the follow. Hold on. Why can't I click?
Host, I know you said about interruptions.
Hello.
Host, I know you said about interruptions. Could I just ask that woman a question?
Samantha? Yes, just because she's going to go, you can ask her a question. Yeah. I'll go back to Rob. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Beth. 9 a.m. on Saturday.
So obviously I'm going to come quite direct, but you spoke a lot about blackness. My argument here is, why do women like yourself, they speak so much on blackness, but then they lie down with the white man, and how you explained your story. Sorry, if I can just finish, but I haven't finished. Yeah, but then you lie down with the white man, and because things did not work itself out from how you explained your story, then now you want to come back and show your blackness, and that aggravates me so much. Support, you're either one place or another.
I can appreciate where you're coming from, but I would give you a different perspective. I would say to you, first of all, there's a thing called empathy and understanding my backstory, and then secondly, I would put it to you that given the fact that I did get with the black man, the white man, if this was a war, I would say I've been to the fucking trenches, my love. And that's the reason why I can talk from this point of view, because in life, you make mistakes. And I think it's a lot stronger to be able to see your mistake, to be able to go back and point out your mistakes and then change. You see the way that you speak and the way that you've just spoken to me, it sounds to me like you're part of this debate culture generation where you constantly debate with no resolve or no answer or end to it. You just keep picking and picking and picking.
No, it's just because you
want to.
I'm going to stop this conversation. So thank you. I'm going to clap Samantha. This is what I'm here for. Thank you. I'm here for Black empowerment, especially when it comes to women. I'm not here for any of this back and forth women shit. Not at all. So Diamond, I don't like this. I'm going to say, yeah, so do I. But the fact is, 1 minute, Samantha, because I am going to move on now, is that we as Black women, we lived in an 87% white country. What are you expecting us to not date anyone from outside our race? Like it's honestly, people like myself, there was no Black people around, right? And then I don't want to get into an argument about this, but I think it's really disrespectful to come here and say that to somebody who literally opened up and shared their story, Diamond. I don't like the way that you spoke to her just then. I really don't like it. Samantha was brave, and she was no, because we're not doing the back and forth about somebody who was vulnerable enough to share their story. I'm not here for it, girl. I'm not here for it. So thank you so much, Samantha. I really appreciate you. I'm now going to move to Rob now, please. Rob, how are you?
Morning, Fox. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm very, very well.
I'm
what
good.
Would you like to add today?
Sorry, I turned you down earlier. I can't talk about having a cup of coffee in the morning.
Turn me down. Nobody turns me down.
I didn't come up earlier because I can't function without drinking a coffee first.
Don't worry. I'm literally clicking everybody, especially the white people. You know, Rob, if you hear me in the back, I'm like, white people, come up. Tell me how racist I am.
I wanted to come up.
We
I
haven't
saw
even
you.
talked
I saw
about
you.
this.
No, we haven't. No, I mean you're not racist, are you? And it proves. Like I've been here since pretty much the beginning, listening in, and everything that's been spoke about. And Tiz came up, anti-racist mum came up, the lovely lady before me came up and opened up and got really deep in stuff. It all shows that it is. There's no racism. None. It doesn't exist. And as I said before when we spoke, it doesn't exist. It's not, it doesn't exist from the other side, because if we accept each other, then there's no, there's no malice, there's no hate, there's no, we have to embrace, there's no, you know what I'm getting at.
I'm just gonna, thank you, Rob. I'm just gonna pick up somebody in the comment section who says, I'm just asking, can black be racist? If you have to ask the question, that should tell you something, because we know white people are racist. If you have to ask the question, think about that. I always try to test you guys in your critical thinking skills. If you're asking the question, there'll be a reason, because obviously you don't have the answer. Why don't you have the answer? I literally have a prompt right now. You say I'm racist, then prove it. No one's been able to do it so far. And like Rob has just said, because I can't. And TikTok is desperate. Obviously they can. Well, show us. Show us where these racist black people are. I literally have this prompt here. Show me.
Go on, man. Go on,
Show
man.
me these people. Show me these people. Right, okay,
Wait,
hold on.
Tom.
We're gonna go to Rob, have you got some more to add? And then we will move to Diamond.
No, just as always, thank you for continuing your education and helping me out in understanding and putting on these lovely lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to have you here and to be around. And I'm glad that you are learning as well at the same time. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Have a good day. Bye. Bye. Okay, we've got Diamond next, please. Diamond, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. Yourself?
I'm wonderful, thank you. So this is the main topic today, right? I don't want you to come for that other lady now because she's gone.
No, not come.
Okay?
I think you need,
so
with language, it's.
I don't want to discuss somebody who's not here to say anything anymore.
That's not
so
what I'm
if
gonna
you can
do.
talk about anything else, yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, what would you like to add?
Okay, but if I'm here, please also appreciate my voice, just like I'm appreciating yourself. But I was not going to add about the other woman, but I would have liked to finish. But I'll move on. But I would have liked to finish my statement. I was not coming at her. I just was having a statement. Okay, so we move on from that. So racism is a thing. It is happening. Division is real. So what Rob said was absolutely incorrect. He said, no one's racist. People are racist. Division is real. Nigel Farage.
He didn't say no one was racist. He didn't say no one was racist.
Yeah, he did. He said racism is not a thing. He said it doesn't exist. He did.
What? No, he didn't.
He said he did. He said racism doesn't exist. I just heard that. Ask the comment section.
He said black people cannot be racist. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what exactly
he said. They cannot exist from black people. That's a racist statement by itself. So
Angelo, we'll bring you in. Hold on, just wait.
Okay, but you agreed with him, host.
This was a sarcastic comment because he's been here before and he's white. He's sarcastic. That's not what he did. Unless I misunderstood. Rob, he didn't say that. Like what? It was a joke. There's no black people can't be racist.
So a joke.
That's the whole point.
But a joke at a black person. Okay.
No, It wasn't a joke at me. I'm making the joke.
Okay. But anyway, so Nigel Farage, he made a statement. He said anti-white racist is embedded into the system. So just by that statement itself, it shows that he wants.
We all heard a joke. We all heard a joke, by the way, comment section.
Okay. Well, I took it very different. I don't like jokes directed at black people.
It wasn't directed at me. It wasn't directed at me. Anyway, carry on. Nigel Farage says that anti-white racism is baked into the UK. Go on.
Sorry, guys. I have to really finish my sentence because you took me one way and now another.
You took it one way, and I'm asking about the comment section to make sure we clarify what you heard and what was said. That's why.
Maybe I heard it
brought
wrong,
it
but
up.
I don't like jokes. I don't like when white people do jokes on black people. Maybe you said that it wasn't a joke, but I took it personal. But I don't like when white people do jokes at black people and think it's banter. It's not. It's inappropriate.
Okay.
But anyway, so I just feel that I've really gone off point now. I've lost my train of thought.
Nigel Farage, anti-white racism is baked into the UK apparently, even though it's an 87% white country.
Yeah, but that was Nigel Farage's words. So he said that he wants anti-white racism is embedded into the state. So he wants a system basically to their main focus to be predominantly on white people. So it is about race. He's just not used the actual term white. So that was my question sort of debate.
What's the question? What's the question?
Well, the question is that race is a thing. It is all about race.
Yes.
That's the question.
That's not a question. Where's the question?
The question is Nigel Farage, is he racist?
Your question is Nigel Farage racist? Mm-hmm. Well, what do you think?
Well, I've asked you the question, so I'll let you elaborate.
You're asking me the question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. Why is Nigel Farage on your mind? Like the topic is actually about me. So why are we talking about Nigel Farage?
Okay, so
Tommy, can you come up a minute? Tommy, you've got a lot of background noise. Tommy Smythe, can you just request back up, please? I just had to drop you for a minute, but can you just come back? Up, please, Tommy Smythe, or maybe actually I can invite you. So what's the question again? Sorry, Diamond, but I'm really quite confused by you. I have to say, I'm really struggling to understand what your points are that you're making here and where this conversation is going. I don't get what's happening.
I think the conversation.
You're asking me about Nigel Farage if he's racist. Of course he is. And now what's the next conversation? What's the next?
I think the conversation, I lost my train of thought because a lot of things came involved whilst talking to you. But I did have some questions about the topic. Well, about anti-whiteness and what it means, what I feel like it means. But that's fine.
Go on then. You're mixed race, aren't you? We've spoken before, haven't you? You're the person with the white mum.
I'm definitely not mixed race. No way. I'm black. I've got two black parents.
Where are they from?
My parents are Nigerian. My dad's Nigerian, mum's from the Caribbean, and I'm not mixed race.
So you're standing up for whiteness. I don't understand what you're doing. You confuse me.
Why am I going to be standing up for whiteness? Are you trying to mock me?
I don't know. Well, you brought up Nigel Farage and is now talking about anti-whiteness as a black person. That's why my face has been like this the whole time. Like, what are you doing?
I was talking about that they want a system back for themselves.
Who's as black people who are paying attention to what these people are doing? I have no fucking clue what Nigel Farage is doing at all, or what's his name, Rupert Lowe. I have no idea about what these people are doing at all because I'm focusing on blackness, not what white people are doing.
100%, but I think it's important to also focus and concentrate what they're doing as well, because that's obviously going to map how they're changing our systems. So it's important to find out.
As in like making sure they don't get rid of human rights is a big fight. It's nothing to do with white people. Nobody's focusing on colour. If you're bringing up colour,
no,
then that's something else that perhaps you are. No, we're not. As black people,
you mean today?
Actually, I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak about anybody else. But for me, when I think about reform and restore, I worry about human rights. Like I said, I worry about actually what they're going to do with it, which means they want to delete it. It's nothing to do with race and stuff like that. We're, of course, concerned as black and brown people because they've been telling us that we're the enemy. Okay, they've been going at Muslims. They've been going at, at black and brown people since the conception of the United Kingdom, which goes back hundreds of years. So this race concern has always been there. I'm concerned about bigger things than that, actually. Bigger things.
But bigger things is to do with race, though, isn't it? Because
But racism has always been there. You came up here and said that anti-whiteness is baked into the British society, where, considering the British Empire was built on race and racism, they literally have a racial hierarchy. Do you want me to show you something, Diamond? Do you want me to show
No,
how
I'm
a
aware of
racial
it.
hierarchy was built, where white people are at the top? So I don't know why you would come here and
I'm
say
aware
that
of
Nigel
it.
Farage said something which is literally not true. Do you want
Not
me to teach you
true.
something, Diamond?
Why do you mean it's not true?
Do you want me to teach you something? Do you want me to teach you something?
You can tell me something that I might already know.
I'm going to
but-
teach you. I'm going to teach you something, and I'm going to teach everybody else something here. They've already seen it many times because they're quite educated here. Racial hierarchy, British Empire. Okay. So I don't know like what this conversation is, and I feel like I'm going to end it pretty soon because I don't know what's
No, you can
happening
end it now because
here we
I'm
go.
borderline finding you rude as well.
Okay,
So you can end it.
fine.
You can drop me. That's fine.
Okay, you can drop yourself. No problem. No problem. Let me find this racial hierarchy. It is on ResearchGate. Here we go. So the main thing I always talk about. Hold on, it's loading. Right, it's just 1 minute. It's just doing a security check. You know, when you have the stupid Cloudflare thing, it says verify you're human. So we're doing that right now. Okay, so here we go, guys. So I work on actual facts, not things that Nigel Farage says, which is this is the racial hierarchy, of course, that was during the British Empire, okay, where British was at the top. Then it was North, Western, Central Europeans, Southern Europeans, Eastern Europeans, Asians, and Aboriginal Africans. So you can see right there, guys, this is racial hierarchy during the British Empire. So coming here and quoting Nigel Farage saying that anti-whiteness is built into the system is kind of strange. And ResearchGate, if you guys don't know it, please go to ResearchGate. It is my favorite resource website. It is full of scientific knowledge, websites. There's literally millions and millions and millions of resources on here. Okay, so I work with facts. I don't work with the fact that there's like white narcissists telling me stuff about a country. So yeah, anyway, we're done with that one. Okay, let's move on now. Thank you, Diamond. Bye. I've dropped you. Selena, how are you, Selena? Selena, how are you? Selena? Hello there. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you for having me up. I really appreciate it. I've loved hearing the comments and reading the comments and listening to what others have to say. So I was born in the UK, but my heritage is Caribbean. And I've always dated within my race. However, I haven't always had the best experience. And I wouldn't put it down to their race. I would put it down to a lot of personal trauma. And I think as a culture or certain cultures, there are traumas that leak through generations. And so my partner that I'm currently with now is white, and he's the first white person that I've dated. Now, when we have certain conversations about race, it can get a bit touchy, but he does try his best to understand where I'm coming from. And I think
how old
sometimes,
is
he? 36. And I do feel like the younger generation are more open and have seen a lot more. So they're very much understanding as opposed to the older generation where they're a bit more stuck in their ways. That's not to say some of them don't see what's going on, but I do feel like where the younger generation, there's been quite a lot of mix throughout the years, is that they are appreciative of our culture. They're more open. And even on his side, when he was younger, because he's always dated out of his race, he always got funny remarks from his peers. And was called certain names. But what I would like to say is that sometimes people that don't have the greatest of experiences place people as a culture in a hole. And I think sometimes we have to be careful because I haven't had the greatest of experiences with my own race, but I would never put my own race down. What I would put it down to is the trauma and the lack of education, emotional education for my
But
brothers.
yeah, but this is where we have to be a bit careful. Is that yes, men do have a lot of trauma, like men do. You know,
100%,
most
I
of us
agree.
here, especially as women, right? We could say that we've dealt with a lot of crap with men,
100%,
but there are
100%.
things that actually do come down to race, and there is there are problem things that actually are racial issues. Okay,
Yep,
so
I agree.
the fact that you're so the fact that you said you went out with black guys and there was some problems there, like that's probably because a lot of the time, like I said, like them going out with black strong women is also also a problem. We remind them of their mothers, you know, and like I said earlier, it's the strength of women that actually most men on this planet can't handle. So when it comes to a white guy trying to understand us a little bit more, I don't want to give advice, but at the same time, like I'm 42 and I've mostly dated white men, and honestly, just be very careful, because a lot of the time, like you've said, there's already some struggles there. There's already some, and I've been out with white guys who've only gone out with black men, women, or people, women who are not white, and they still have this internalized racism, because unfortunately it is built into the system, it is built into the culture, where and the test always comes when there is some kind of element. So I bring up a story sometimes about how I went out with an Italian guy, and like the first thing I said was, I sent him an email once that had my father's name on it, right? And he's got a Nigerian name. The first thing he said was, well, only Nigerians can pronounce that name. And I was like, dude, and my dad's name is very easy to pronounce, by the way. Yeah, so I was just like, can you at least try? And he crashed out. Like, he crashed out. He started gaslighting me and saying all this kind of stuff. And it was really awful to think about. And this is the thing that happens. If you're in a mixed, in a interracial relationship, and there is conflict around race, honestly, just be really careful of it. Because honestly, if somebody does understand race truly, they would not get upset about it. They would not get upset about it. Like the kind of guy that we should be going out as black women is somebody that just says, oh, my bad, I didn't understand. Why are we arguing? Why are we having conflict? It's not mandatory to have that. And don't think because you had conflicts with black men that white men is like the same or different. Like it's just, if it's about race, which it is.
For me, it's one of those ones where I got to a point in my life where I no longer looked at the race. It was just a personality. Can you, because I'm a giver. So I wanted someone that would match that same type of energy for me. So, but I think sometimes what it is as well is that if we have a conversation, it feels like to the other person that I'm putting every single white person as a whole in that category. So I don't think
if they were emotionally stable, though, if they were emotionally stable enough and they actually did enough work knowing race, they wouldn't take it personally. This is the whole point. And this is actually why I do my topic. And this is why my platform is about English people, because I have English people who come here and don't center themselves. They're emotionally mature enough to be like, I know she's not talking about me because I can see what English history looks like, and I can see the culture and country of England. So, you know, if you're having to deal with somebody's fragile emotions as a white person, like I'd say, just be careful. Like literally be careful, because it's not your responsibility to teach your boyfriend or partner to learn about what race is. They're supposed to be doing it on their own time. They're supposed to be getting their books or listening to the podcast and all this kind of stuff. Like it's 2026. Like Samantha said earlier, I know she's still here in the comment section, is that it's literally, you know, we learn on the job with all this stuff. Like we're learning as we're going, and especially as black women now, we're waking to our power. And there's also certain levels that we've kind of been told that we must tolerate from white people, and we don't have to. And the thing what some white men are very good at, by the way, they're very good at making you feel very special. Love bombing they can do, where you feel like you've maybe got you know, you haven't got as much praise before or as much appreciation, but some white guys will literally love bomb you and make you feel so special and do this, but they'll still do the gaslighting and the manipulation. And then you start to think, well, is this a normal relationship? Am I supposed to be tolerating that stuff? The fact is, no, you don't have to. You really don't have to. So it's up to you to kind of decide where your boundaries are with a lot of this. And, you know, hopefully, I hope you guys are happy. I hope you guys have a long, happy relationship together. But just know that you're also worth more. You're worth a lot more, Selena.
And I think as well, coming back to, you know, when you was talking about education and stuff, obviously I was born in the UK, and a lot of the education about my heritage that I've learned is on my own, or I had to be taught by my grandparents. It's not something that is, you know, if I would only know about my heritage based on what I've been taught in this country, it would be through watching Roots. And as we all know, that's not what our race is as a whole. So that's why I'm like, yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm like, okay, I don't mind teaching. I don't mind educating, because I know that if you've gone to the same systematical school as me, you don't know any different than what I did when I left school, you know?
But it's also not but the thing, that's what you've just said. You've taught yourself. So why can't anyone else?
I taught,
teach yourself.
I taught myself, but I had to learn from someone, you know. And obviously there's certain stuff that he's brought to my attention that I didn't know of about my own race, you know, because he has aunties and cousins and stuff that are half white, half Caribbean. So there's stuff that he obviously learned that I didn't know about myself that he's taught me. So we kind of do bounce off each other, but I think sometimes there's always just a bit of a sensitive topic, but it's when he responds, I don't feel in any way that I'm being disrespected or that he doesn't care. I just think sometimes, unless someone's been in your shoes, they will never have a full understanding. And I think that's just with anyone in general. Even, you know, if you've gone through something in life that I've never experienced, I can never understand your raw emotion because I've not stepped in your shoes, you know. And so I think sometimes that is just for them. But
can I ask how old you are?
Of course. I'm 30. I'm going to be 32 this year.
So I'm a whole 10 years older than you.
Are.
A whole 10 years, my God. Like I said, girl, it's like, thank you, sis. Thank you. I mean, I can think about back when I was in my 30s. And of course, we had Samantha who was 49. Like, honestly, I believe it's probably every 10 years that we have a different kind of realization when it comes to self, when it comes to culture, when it comes to religion, when it comes to spirituality, like anything and everything. And I think this is a really good thing and a beautiful thing about social media is that we can connect in our different stages in life because this is what I think. I mean, I'm sure Samantha probably saw me as somebody who was on the same path as to where she could potentially be, and I see you as somebody who's also on the same path of me. It's the black woman's path, right? Is that when I was your age, I was thinking exactly the same thing, which is I can go out with a white guy and he can be this. But I know now, and so does Samantha know now, that actually it's not really. But this is the thing. It's like you take the moment for what it is. You look at all the lessons that you're going to learn, and then, like I said, hopefully it works out. I hope it does, but if it doesn't, then you've definitely learned some things for yourself to be like, okay, I understand myself more now. So,
and I definitely agree with you guys, is that there is a portion where it definitely is race definitely involved, but I also have to say that because I've had friends on both ends. So I've had a friend who was white and she was dating a black guy, and his family did not like her because she was white. She wasn't allowed to go to no family functions, no nothing, right? But then I've had friends on the opposite end where I've had a white friend who's dated a black guy, and her family didn't want her to have anything to do with the guy. So I've seen it on both ends. And then also I've just known people. There are good people and bad people in every race. And so sometimes
but this is where you understand things to do with culture. When it comes to actually
100%.
black people and dating, it's literally protection. because the trauma and the tragedy that can come from dating white people is a lot. And my parents had the same thing. They had the same concern. They were like, if you date white people, do they actually understand our culture? And are their family racist? Because a lot of the time they are. Like, even if the person has an interest in us, their family is racist. And a lot of the white people that want to date us, they fetishize us. It's not because they actually do love us. I mean, they do, but a lot of them do it out of fetishization. They also do it because they want to rebel against their racist family. So you have to have concerns. And I do wish that black families were more open about why they feel that way, because it does feel like it's just a case of don't go out with that white person. They need to be open in their reasoning with the
100%.
family, right?
100%.
We need to talk more about the concerns, because my parents didn't do that. They didn't do it out of concern, but now I know it was because they actually have a concern, and they were right. They were right. But I was like, no, I'm going to do this. But now I learned my lesson. And now if I date, because I don't choose people by race, I still don't. I will never say I'm going to pick one race. I never will. If a white man comes to me and says Fox, blah, 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 and I say, are you anti-racist? Are you doing the work? It will literally be an inquisition to make sure that they understand everything when it comes to blackness. Everything. It has to be everything when it comes to blackness. And if they don't, sorry, not for me, because I can't guarantee that a black guy is going to know everything about blackness either. It is the person.
Do you think that the newer generation that is coming up of both races are more acceptable of each other than the older generation? Because a lot of the women who have had situations with white guys is usually an older generation as opposed to younger generation, because I feel like we've mixed a lot. So it's gone past. Obviously, there's still...
I say no because it's always been 50-50 in humanity. There's always been 50% understands, 50% doesn't understand. And it's about how we find and navigate the people that are compatible with us. So I don't think so, especially because when I think about young people, I have said that the younger generation does seem to be more evolved. I have definitely said that. I've said, oh my God, my niece and nephew, they seem to know so much more inherent stuff, blah, blah, blah. But when I think of the last generation that actually did, it was kind of like back in the 70s or 80s, there were more awakened people, but the racial element has always been there. It has always been there. So I think there is this kind of understanding and having inherent knowledge, which is coming out. But everybody is a colour nowadays. Ever since the 1800s, when white people decided that we're going to be colours, that has been the forefront for hundreds of years on how to kind of understand people. So I don't think necessarily there is more understanding. I think you've just got to be around some people that have understanding.
Got you. Thank you so much for having me. Anyway, I'm going to give someone else
no
the space to
problem.
speak. Thank you,
Selena. It was really good. Thank you. And again, like I said, Black Panel on Saturday. Please do come by. It'll be really good to speak to you more as well on Saturday. So thank you, Selena. All right, you take care. Everyone. Thank you. Okay, we've got Angelo next. Angelo. So, yes, Angelo, what would you like to add?
Yeah, hello, dear.
Hello there. Hi.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good. So, I just wanted to talk about the prompt, of course. And
you're the first person. Second person is going to talk about the prompt.
Yeah, it's incredible, right? Like, yeah. So, to say that if you're racist, I should ask you a couple of questions before, because I don't know you enough. I have to say that I've seen some comments here that are, in my opinion, very racist. And,
so prove it.
But
prove it.
Huh?
Prove it.
Yeah. So I'm about to ask you a couple of questions first. So can you tell me, what do you think racism is?
No, you don't ask me. You tell me. You told me I'm racist. It's up to you to prove it.
No.
I'm not here to be questioned about. I'm not here to be questioned about what racism is. You told me I said some racist things.
Have you understood? Have you understood
I understood
what I said?
very well. Yeah,
no, apparently
but you don't
no,
question me because you said I was racist. So it's up to you to say what racism is.
No, I didn't say that.
And what I did was racist.
I didn't say that. I said I don't know you enough. I repeat it because maybe I don't know. You know, some generation have problems with memory and things like that. So I said to understand if you are racist, since I don't know you enough, I should ask you a couple of questions. You said yes, so I'm asking you that question. Why do you?
It says. First of
Why
all,
do
okay, let's go
you-
back, Angelo. Let's go back,
I don't know.
Angelo.
I don't know.
If it says
Yeah,
you
let's go
say I'm
back
racist,
here. No
then
problem.
prove it. Then prove it.
Yeah, but
this is a
I
statement
didn't
to say. Angelo. So let me
say
tell everybody. Yeah. So Angelo, the reason why the prompt
didn't
is
say it.
because white people tell me I'm racist. They tell me I'm racist.
Yeah.
So it is up to them to prove it. It is not for you to come here and
Okay.
question me and say, "Well, are you racist?" That's not the subject here. It's not the topic.
No,
You said
I'm
that,
not
but
asking
you
if
said
racist.
you said I said some racist things. Tell me what racist things I've said.
No,
And
I
then
didn't
you can
say
now
that.
prove
You
what the
see,
racism
that's
is.
another problem. That's
Go on.
another problem.
What did you
because
say?
I said
What did you say then?
I've seen in the comments. Okay, do you understand what the comment section is? I've
Mm-hmm.
seen in the comment section a couple of racist comments. Okay, that
From
was
who?
not you. From a
From
lot
who?
of people. From a lot
Towards
of
me?
people.
Towards me?
No, towards a race, an entire race, because that's a racist
What does
thing
that
to
have
do.
to do?
You know, usually racist people, you know what they do? The first thing that a
But
racist
Angelo,
people
what's
do
that got to do with
is
the
saying,
topic?
wait. Is saying, you know, all these races like this, all these other races like that. That's the first thing that a racist guy says.
Angelo, what does the
So
comment?
if I
What
see
does the
this kind of
comment
comments,
section?
I will assume that those guys are racist. Yeah,
Why are you
do
talking about other
understand this?
people? What are you talking about other people for? It
You
says
mentioned that.
me.
You mentioned that. I said I don't know. Listen, what is your IQ first of all? Because maybe I am gifted. So I think that might be a problem. You know.
Angelo, you're kind of slow.
I'm sorry because I struggle. I struggle to have a conversation with you.
Sorry. You're quite slow, Angelo, and you're projecting onto
I'm
me.
quite
You're talking
slow.
about a comment
Why
section
am
that
I
has
slow?
nothing
Okay, you
to do
say
with me.
I'm
It has
slow. Can you
the
prove
comment
it?
section. The
Can
comment
you prove
section
it?
has nothing to do with
Can you
me.
prove it?
This says in very
No, you
clear
said it.
English.
No, I'm sorry.
Very
Okay,
clear
if you let
English
me,
that you're here
if you
to
let me
actually
explain.
discuss that I'm racist. You've been dropped now because honestly, this is very stupid conversation because everyone's getting confused by what you're doing. You're talking about me, then you go to the comment section. What's the comment section talking about? Is it talking about me? It's not even talking about me. There's some racist stuff. So that's got nothing to do with me. Whatever happens in the comment section has got nothing to do with me. This is the prompt. Why are you going down there for? You can't even stay up there. I accepted your patronizing nature towards me because again, it was like trying to understand where the fuck you were coming from. You weren't even on the same page of understanding. Angelo, you sat here for a long time and this is literally what you came up with. A long time. And you're requesting to come back up again. Why? Why are you requesting to come back up again? You're not saying anything that actually makes sense at all and is actually on the topic. Because you are the person who came up here wanting to talk about the topic. You came up here and wanting to talk about the topic and then you went somewhere else. So it's just a stupid conversation. It's a waste of everybody's time here. Okay, we've got now Ask DJ next, please. Ask DJ, are you there? You are on Teacup. But can you hear? Ask DJ. Otherwise we'll go, oh yes, you're there.
I am. Hi.
Yeah. Yes.
Interesting
Hello there.
conversation. Good morning.
Good
I
morning,
wanted to
good
say,
day. Well, it's-
do we prove that you are racist? Is that based on the things that you've said so far?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything.
There's one comment that you made, and I even though you said, and I was trying to get maybe for you to explain when you mentioned that some black women do date outside their race, but they get to understand later. What did you? Maybe I misheard, but I was trying to understand the genesis of what you were trying to say.
What's that got to do with me being racist? Are you trying to understand if my comment was racist?
If your approach to dating was racist, so do you only choose to date now, having dated outside your race? Do you only choose now to date inside your race? I didn't understand where you were going with the comment of you'll understand.
Did nobody hear me just say I date anybody? I don't choose my
Okay,
race.
so that's
I said
cool.
if a white person comes to date me, it's about the person and it's about if they understand blackness. I said that quite clearly,
Yeah,
I
so
believe.
that's fine. Then I misunderstood or I misheard. But there is a can I just say there is a gentleman who has something on TikTok at the moment, and he's talking about he basically says that if you date or marry or choose to procreate outside of your race, outside of black person, then you are anti-black, which I found abhorrent. And I left a comment there, and he basically then said, no, it means I'm anti-black, even though I'm black. But anyway, so I don't believe that you're racist. I don't know why people would think that you're racist. And I'm trying to think, what have you said that had made you put that up there? Is it that people have taken your comments the wrong way?
White people are very sensitive to criticism. Incredibly sensitive to criticism. My whole page is about English people specifically, and then I do bring up topics of white narcissism and racism, of course, discrimination, all these kind of things, and I'm very critical. And I also use their own logic on themselves, which they hate. They absolutely hate it. So, for example, recently, of course, the Henry Novak and Vikram Digwa case is taking a lot of people's attention, right? But what do white people say when a black person gets unalived, gets killed? They say, well, what were they doing? Did they deserve it? You know, they ask all those questions, right? Like what did they do? Like, did they steal something? Were they on drugs? Like, they always ask questions about us, like we deserved it, right? I ask the same question. I say, did Henry Novak deserve it? He actually was instigating the situation. So it's not me saying it, because I don't think he did. Of course he bloody didn't. It is asking the question. And then English people, white people they got so furious. I made it to right-wing Twitter for the second time. My video was everywhere. They're calling me all kinds of names and telling me I'm racist. I'm like, that's the reaction to your own logic.
Yeah,
It's your own logic.
When you look at the logic as well, it looks like if a black person commits a crime, then they are an immigrant committing a crime, or they're a migrant committing a crime. But if a white person commits a crime, even if it's against a black person, they're somehow justified, or they were unwell or whatever. And right now you've got this case, and sorry to use the example, but the case of the gay couple that have now killed this child that was in their care that they adopted. If that was a black family and their child had been to A&E or had any kind of medical intervention twice in a row, they would have had social services breathing down their neck. Absolutely, they would. And there are no riots and no protests on the street. Have you not noticed? And this was a child, a defenseless child. But there's no...
We all noticed this.
And then with this young
we all
gentleman,
notice it.
this man that was killed in Ireland, and when you saw the pressure that was put on his head by 4 grown men while he was... I see it there. I see it there. I just had to mention it. If that was the reverse now, if there was 8 black officers on a white man that was restrained, that was incapacitated, and with 2 exerting extreme pressure to his head and neck, they would be calling murder immediately. And so you have this double standard in the UK that allows a lot of systemic discrimination take place, that allows a lot of excuses for government and individuals, as we've used in these recent cases now, that make us question, will we ever have equality? If you have the Nigel Farages coming into play, now saying that even if you are living in council property and you have limited leave to remain, or you have indefinite leave to remain and do not have a British passport, you'll be given 3 months notice, he said, to move.
Yeah.
And so what kind of madness is that? What if we said that if you are Caucasian, but you have not worked and you've not contributed to the economy, then you need to get out your council flat?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, and this is where people don't understand what white privilege means. I call it white advantage, actually, rather than privilege. Is that they don't understand that if they went to any other country as white people, they would never have to face this kind of discrimination at all. White people have been embraced. Yes, the 1 million illegal Brits that live and committing crime and committing fraud and all these kind of things that they're doing, unaliving, graping, they're doing all sorts. They're still being told, we actually are going to integrate you guys. We're going to give you some kind of way to stay legally in the country.
many of them during Brexit were like, I'm not leaving Spain, I'm not leaving here, I'm still getting my benefits here or whatever, you know, the European, you know.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
it's
some
sad.
some uneducated people in the comment section aren't aware about the illegal Brits living in Spain. So let's educate the people, because this is what they do. They just say it ain't true. It ain't true. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. And I'm like, this is literally
I've
how
seen
it
the other
actually is.
video of the man on the bus that is trying to make this white army. He's trying to say white army or something like that. There's a footage of him on TikTok. They're all on a double-decker bus, and he's saying he sees all these migrants, and he's doing a call to action: join the kind of the white army. And it's like, what are you doing, man?
I posted a.
Half of them are on
Yeah, go
benefits,
on.
and half of them don't want to do any work. What army are you talking about? Absolute nonsense.
I posted a video today about sort of like allyship for white people, and I brought up the fact that, of course, Black Lives Matter was so freaking huge. It was massive, and it was 60 countries. It was almost a third of the world, millions of people everywhere that was marching with Black Lives Matter. You know, and it was amazing to see. Honestly, it was so emotional. And White Lives Matter now is marching. So it's like, who's your allies, white people?
Well,
who's your allies?
I love to say all lives matter, they do, but when you see these examples that we've raised today, you'll see why we say Black Lives Matter. But some people are ignorant to the fact that there is that level of discriminatory treatment. And it's good to support people who are considered to be your kin. But at the same time, it's important to accept that for humanity and equality to reign, there cannot be racism. And for those who think there's not illegal British people living in Spain, please read.
There you go. See, right here. Set to grant legal status for 900,000 foreigners. Illegal British. You're in Spain. Almost 1 million of you there. Right? But look, Spanish government has said, hey, do you know what? We're going to give you guys legal status, despite all the nonsense that you do. Despite all the nonsense you do. Right? So stop talking about everyone's illegal. You are illegal. You were the first illegals. But guess what? You are the ones who put laws after to stop people doing what you did historically. You are the ones who went around the world immigrating, raping, unaliving. You did all the stuff that you're afraid of. And then that's when you came up with laws. You created borders and you said, don't do what we did because we're afraid. Don't come behind us because we're too scared that you'll do what we did. That's the only reason why things became illegal. It's the only reason why.
As I like to say, Africans did not come to the UK. The UK and Britain came to Africa first.
That's right.
So people need to remember that. And as a result of that and the great Commonwealth, we now have inheritance here. And that's something that burns them. The fact that we have inheritance from what was extracted from our countries. And we have that legacy from our forefathers who fought in wars. So unfortunately, you have to say, hello, sister, because me and you will inherit together.
Yeah, yes, we will. Yes, we will. And on that note, I don't know if you guys saw, is it gone? Is it still there? Dale in the comment section, oh, it's been muted, literally just said, we don't owe anyone our homeland, but you do though. You literally do. You literally do. And there's nothing to stop it either. You can't stop immigration. You can't stop immigrants. You cannot do it. White people, English people, white Western Europeans, it was your job, your task to integrate with the global majority. You did not do so. And so the universe is exiting you out naturally, because we don't have it in our hearts to unalive you guys like you did it to us for hundreds of years. You're very different. You're not built and not cut from the same cloth as the rest of us. Thank you so much, Ask DJ. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you. Thank you. Right, we're going to go now to Kind Mum next, please. Kind Mum, how are you? Kind Mum, are you there?
Yeah. Hey.
Yes.
Well,
hello there. Hi.
Thank you for bringing me up here. I actually like what this platform because it's really a lot of common sense of what is happening. So the people that are saying that racism does not exist is a bit weird. But anyway, I wanted the reason why I came here was because I observed that there was a lady in the up here who was trying to go after another woman who had opened up and spoken about her experience. I think her name was Diamond or something, and I did not really like the way she came at the other lady. So I was really impressed when you actually shut it down. So I was like, that's really good because not a lot of people do that. So
I'm
I
for
just
the
wanted to
sisterhood,
say,
girl. I'm for the matriarchy. We ain't play this like women on women shit. I'm not, especially black women. I do not allow it.
yeah, exactly. So I was like, okay, that's really good. I just wanted to say that. That's actually the only thing I came up here to say, that it's good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So I'll drop.
Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, I think these guys here who are here quite often know my stuff. Well, if they haven't, at least they do now. That I'm very much for sisterhood, and this comes for anybody, by the way, in any other color, white, black, Asian, brown, like wherever you come from. I'm always about women first. Women above everything. But if you are a black woman coming for another black woman, I see anti-blackness in you. I see misogynoir in you. And of course, Diamond was coming for me too, as well. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Diamond? I don't know if you're still here. Like, I have no idea what you were trying to do. It was not something that, of course, I would accept towards anyone else, and even for myself either. But sometimes, I'll try and find an angle as to what you're trying to do, where you're trying to get to. And of course, there was nowhere to go with that. So thank you so much for that. Okay, we've got Tommy Smith next. Tommy Smith, how are you? Tommy on the panel? Or Smythe, sorry. Tommy Smythe, your name is. Tommy's been asked to unmute. Not there, I think, for now. Okay, we're going to go to Motorola phone, please.
Hello.
Motorola. Oh, no, Tommy's
Hello.
here. Tommy,
All right.
hello there. How are you?
Very well. I like your hair. It's very nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So what do you want to add today, Tommy?
Couple of points. The point about Africans not coming to Britain.
That's not the topic, though, Tommy. That's
No,
not the topic.
It's a point that
It's not. It's not a topic.
Africans
It's not
were
a
in Britain
topic.
with the Romans.
Tommy,
We've got
it's
to be-
not the
we've got to be-
point. Tommy,
we need to
it's
be
not the
history- we need
topic.
to be history-
Tommy, it's not the topic. This is not the topic today, Tommy. It's not the topic.
We need to be correct,
If
don't
you
we?
say that I'm racist, then it's you prove it. I'm literally searching for people, especially white people, Tommy, like yourself.
I'll get there.
But you don't need to go around the houses. Just go in the front door.
I've been here for
Don't
a
go
while.
around the houses. Go into the front door and tell me if you think I'm racist, because this is the topic. Otherwise, don't come up to talk about other stuff.
Oh, okay, yes.
If you think I'm racist, then prove it.
Because
Okay,
you
prove
aspire.
it. Thank you. Prove it.
You
Prove it.
aspire to the debunked theory that there are many races and that they depend on skin colour, which has been clearly unproven. It's a white supremacist thing, and it's something you aspire to, and therefore that makes you racist.
Excuse me. Can you say that again slowly, please? I have no idea what you just said.
The idea that you can decide somebody's race by their skin colour is an old debunked theory. It doesn't exist. It's not.
So you're telling me that I don't?
So
Are you
there is
telling me
only
that?
one race.
Are you telling me that race
There
doesn't
is-
exist?
There's only one race, and that's a human race,
Okay.
right? Everything else is cultural.
Okay. So how does that make
So-
me
so-
racist?
Because
How
you
does that make me
aspire to-
racist?
you
I don't
you
aspire.
believe that.
What do you
Well,
mean? What do you mean aspire?
You believe that. That's what you're promoting. You're promoting
promoting
a
anything.
race, a pseudo race based on pseudoscience. That's what you're promoting.
That's not what
And
racism
and
is. That's not what makes it
is.
racist, though.
That is.
What's
That's where
racism?
it comes from.
Explain the definition of
That's
racism.
where it comes from.
What's racism?
That's where it. What, no.
What's racism?
I'm here to prove you're racist.
Explain what
not to
race.
be- not to be
Yeah,
questioned by
exactly.
you. Not to be
No,
questioned
you're
by
here
you.
to prove you're here to prove what I'm racist. So you
Yeah,
have to
you're
explain
racist.
what racism is and
So
what you
that
understand about
You
racism.
prescribe to that. You prescribe to that belief system. Which
I don't
the,
prescribe to
supremacists-
any belief system.
You do because you believe there's a.
Are you calling me a
black
white supremacist? Are you calling
race.
me a
No,
white
you
supremacist
believe
as
the same
well?
thing they do. Only they believe that the whites are the superior race, and you seem to. Well,
So everybody. So you're saying that basically everybody who believes in a racial structure is racist, not just me. It's
based on
everybody.
colour of skin.
Every single person. Every
There's
single
no-
person.
you cannot
So Tommy, every single person that
Not every
says
single person.
well, yes, you are. That's what you're saying.
Everyone who
Anybody.
says that they're white and their race is white, then yeah. Any person who thinks they belong to a certain race because of the skin colour,
is racist.
Pretty much.
Do you know what is, again, like I'll ask you, what is racism? What is that?
Well, that'd be discriminating
What is racism?
against people on a perceived race, which doesn't exist.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, you're adding some bits on the end. There's nothing in the definition or the terms of racism that talks about things that don't exist.
Where racism comes from. It comes from a debunked theory. That
It's
you can
not.
tell
It does not come. It does not come from a debunked theory. It's not debunked.
Of course it is.
How was race and racism created, Tommy? How was racism created?
What's this? So now we can discuss history, but we can't discuss about the fact that there's African.
No, it's not his. No, because this is
Britain,
the topic. The topic
in
is
Roman
about.
times.
The topic is Tommy.
Well,
The
it's
topic
all
is about
isn't
race
it?
and racism and what's racist. It's about racism. The topic, the concept and idea of race and racism. How did that come about, Tommy?
Well, people come up with these ideas, don't they?
Who are these people? Which people?
People in history have come up with ideas like leeches. Stick leeches on somebody who's really ill, and it'll make them better.
Wait, do you know the answer or not? Do you know the answer? Yes or no? You don't have to pretend. If you don't know, just say you don't know. You don't have to pretend.
So you've got a specific time in history and a specific person who came up with racism. Is that
There's a
what you're
group
telling
of
me?
people. There's a group of people.
Go on then.
No, I thought
don't
you knew.
know. I don't
You don't
know.
know? You don't know?
I don't know which. I'm not reading your mind, am I?
No, it's not reading my mind. It's facts. Who created race and racism? Do you know? Yes or no?
Well,
Simple question. Yes or no?
Well, the Mongols and the Chinese. They had racism. So I'm saying they did. What are you telling me? Well, did they not?
Jesus Christ. Jesus wept.
That's the shortest verse in the Bible. That is the shortest verse in the Bible.
Look at this. The people are laughing at you, Tommy.
Well, this is what we're here for.
Everybody's laughing at you. Everybody's laughing.
We're here to provide entertainment. Are we not?
No, who is? Who is we? I'm not a clown. Are you? You're a clown. Okay. Tommy's a clown. Tommy's a clown. Tommy's here to entertain the people. You ask him a simple question of who created. He said the Mongols are Chinese people.
Yeah.
Like I've never
Why
heard
do you think
anyone even
Mongols-
think of that in their mind.
Why do
Because
you
I
think
know why you're
Mongols
saying
killed
that.
so
I know
many
why you're
people?
saying that. I know why you're saying that, Tommy, because you're afraid to say white. You're afraid to say white because you don't want to prove your own argument incorrect.
White. No, because
white
what's
Europeans,
white?
because
Whoa.
white Europeans themselves said that they did.
Don't you lump me in with the white Europeans? I take offence to that. Were your parents' generation enslaved?
What does this flag mean? What does this flag mean? This flag that you've got on your profile, what does it mean?
That's the
is it a world flag?
Union flag.
Is it
Union
what is this?
flag.
Union of
It's
what?
the
Union of
Union
what?
flag. The United
Union of
Kingdom of
what?
Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
May I ask
And how was that flag? And how was that flag put together?
Was your parents' generation
How was that
enslaved?
flag put together? How was that flag? The whole
by the
topic
Union of
here,
England and Scotland. By
Tommy,
the
the
Union
topic
of England and
is
Scotland.
about
The
racism.
Yeah. I know all
and
about
what's
racism.
racist.
I know
no,
all
you
about
don't.
racism.
But you don't know anything, actually, apparently,
I do.
about racism
Was
at
your
all.
parents' generation enslaved?
You don't know anything, like
Could you
anything
please answer
at
the question?
all about
Could you please answer the question?
racism.
Can
You don't know
please answer the
anything
question?
about
Can you
race
please
and
answer the question?
racism. No, I'm not going to answer anything from you because you don't know what you're talking about or what you're actually speaking of. So what we like to do is we like to talk about facts. We don't talk about things with feelings and just like stupidity. So who created race and racism? European naturalists and anthropologists, actually also psychologists as well, and philosophers also, notably Carl Linnaeus in 1739 invented the concept of race, which later led to the development of racism through scientific racism and eugenics. So this doesn't say anything about Chinese people or the Mongolians. This is about Europeans. And what colour were Europeans? They were white guys. So white people created race and racism in order to actually keep people oppressed. They needed a justification to continue the enslavement of human beings because the concept was dying out in the late 1700s. Over the hundreds of years, there've been many different abolitions when it comes to the enslavement of people all around the whole entire world. But white Western Europeans needed justification as to why they were going to continue enslaving people. This is why they created race and racism. They realized that things like colorism existed because it did. Colorism existed throughout the world. But white people, in what they thought in their skin, when they looked at their own skin, they were like, hey guys, we are the whitest of white. We are literally like this. We're the whitest people. So that means that we must have some kind of superiority. That's what they thought about themselves. And so they then installed race and racism to keep themselves at the top because of the insecurity they had in their culture and the way that they were as people. So for the rest of us who do subscribe to the racial theory, how would that make us racist? How would that make us racist? How would that make us the racist ones when white people wanted us to use race and racism? They came up with the concept, they came up with the idea, they're the ones who pushed it out through the world, and now they're talking about who's the whitest of whites. Thank you, Cass. They're talking about even Henry Novak, another white boy, as we know, was not white enough. The white English people wanted the Eastern Europeans out of the country, Brexit vote 2016, because the Eastern Europeans were not white enough. And all of a sudden, they're saying, oh, do you know what, Henry's white now. Pick and choose. All of a sudden, you like Irish people. They're white enough. All of a sudden, English people like Welsh people. Oh, you're white enough now. Like all of these concepts to do with the insecurity that lives in the white Western European. So race and racism, as we know, was created by them. And Tommy, for some reason, doesn't like facts. So Tommy, we're done with you because you're literally sucking up all of the air of the room. You've been dropped for just basic stupidity, really. Just like being of a very low intelligence level does not appease the people.
I wanted to ask him why he was offended by being categorized as white European. He said he was offended by that. I just don't understand that. Yet he was saying that there's only one race. So he was not making much sense. I just wish I wish he had an explanation.
I don't know. These people are on something else, as we know. Like they're on something else. Right, we've got now Motorola phone next. Motorola, how are you? Motorola, are you there? I've asked you to unmute. Motorola? Hello there.
Okay?
Yes, I'm good. How are you?
Hello, can I just say I've really enjoyed the format you've got going of letting people speak individually, one at a time.
It's okay.
Just like,
I'm glad you're enjoying.
There's normally a free-for-all, you know, no one can get the point across. So basically I'm just talking to you today. Do you think, so I'm from Liverpool, I'm mixed race, my girlfriend's mixed race. Lately there's been a little bit of a shift. I don't know if you're familiar with the history of Liverpool, but we're kind of, everyone's a little bit Irish. Myself, I'm half Madagascar, half Italian.
I will just say that this topic really is supposed to be about me proving that I'm racist or racism. Like, are you going to get to a point quite quickly about
sorry, I'll not waffle. Basically, the issue that people have got in Liverpool, I don't know what it's like by you guys in regards to racism.
I'm not in the UK anymore.
Oh, sorry. Where are you?
Out of Europe.
Where are you? Oh, right, okay.
Muslim country.
Oh, right. How have you been finding that?
Perfect.
Is
brilliant.
It,
safe.
Yes. So
freeing.
Yes.
No racism.
Yeah. So basically, I think so. The thing is with xenophobia in Liverpool, I don't necessarily think it's racism. I feel that most of the people have switched up lately by this government programme, and I don't know what the media is like by you, but we've got a thing called GB News, and these boomers, these old white boomers who've like got no way of figuring stuff out for themselves, have literally the racism switch has been turned on with them, the xenophobia switch has been turned on with them. I'm a little bit dark in the summer. I go a lot darker. They've literally people who I've known for years have literally started to turn on me now. And I think it's more of a case of xenophobia and programming.
Hold on a minute. You just said you turned darker. You brought up colour. Xenophobia has nothing to do with colour. That's pure racism. On the basic level, it's about colour. You brought up colour.
Say that again, sorry.
You said I turn a bit darker. And you're trying to say it's xenophobia. You said that just now.
In relation to the xenophobia, sorry.
Why are you trying to excuse and say it's xenophobia instead of racism?
I feel that, don't get me wrong. I feel like racism is the first point of contact with them, and then that's so basically what the point I'm trying to get across, sorry, is when I go darker, that's when people start clutching the bags by me or giving me little. So
that's racism. That's racism.
Initially, yeah, but then I think underneath it, that undercurrent of xenophobia.
Why are you trying to protect these people? Why are you trying to protect them? You've just said they react to your skin color. You've just said they react to your skin color, and now you're saying, but it could be. But you can't make excuses for these people. Like xenophobia is more reserved for the example that I just gave, which was English people, white English people deciding and picking and choosing when Western Europeans are white enough. That's when they do it. It's when it comes to the Eastern Europeans, right, or it comes to the Grecians or the Spanish or wherever, right? It is when they decide who's white enough. So it's not really to do with, and also it is interesting the fact that, in the comment section they're saying he's white, and you said that you're mixed race. So like the mixed race experience does kind of have a bit of a uniqueness. So I understand why you brought up the skin color thing, but your white side is trying to tell you that it's xenophobia, but your black side is trying to tell you it's racism when it's racism.
So my girlfriend. So both me and my girlfriend are mixed race. She's a lot darker than me, though. She gets it all year round. But I can kind of... So this is the thing with Liverpool, the point that I was trying to get across, sorry. Everyone's Irish, and a few years ago, nobody liked Irish people being here. There was a lot of black slavery that took place here.
That's nothing to even do with. That's nothing to even do with slavery or Liverpool. Like Liverpool is one of those countries, one of the cities actually that is essentially supposed to be anti-racist. But if you know anything about, okay, that sucks. That really sucks. But the fact is, if you know anything about Britain and how England became a country, like I said earlier, is it was built on race and racism. They've always not liked anybody from any different ethnic group outside of English. If you do not have Northern European Anglo-Saxon roots from Germany, you are questioned. You are questioned. You are how English are you? You're not English enough.
So the issue, the reason why I brought up Liverpool is like a bit of an example is so everybody's a mix, but now what the point I'm trying to say is now that GB News have like triggered all these older people, these older quote unquote white people who aren't really white, most of the people, these people are from Ireland. They've galvanised, and the areas that we're in now, they've gone from being tolerant to people of different races.
Well, I don't know if I don't know if there's always been a the word tolerant means to accept things you don't like. First of all, that's a problematic word. That's what tolerance actually means. Exactly. And people are understanding Irish people a lot more. The fact that they've actually been able to benefit a lot from the British Empire and from the fact that they are white presenting, and they always have been white presenting. So, and they were indentured slaves. They were indentured servitude, under indentured servitude, which was completely different to what enslaved Africans experienced. They had privileges, they had property, they could get jobs, they could disguise themselves when they came to England, pretend not to be Irish and still get property. They could have all of these things. And they also did a lot of work for the British Empire as well. They did also enslave other Africans. So let's not think that this idea is brand new to Irish people. I genuinely think that Irish people are okay, but from the things that I've been seeing recently, it makes me understand that actually they're not. They're not. Like the fact of the matter is, when certain groups of people get given the green light to be racist, how quickly are they triggered to be racist? You see how quick they are.
This is my point. This is my point exactly, right? I've never known such a wide group of people be susceptible to so much government programming. I do truly believe, I don't know if you're watching the news lately in England, they are triggering people to be as racist as he possibly can be, and it's very strange.
It's on social media. I mean, it's all intentionally done. You know, this is why people need to understand that this is done on purpose. We're all inside a program. You have to understand how you're going to react to this. It's all about white people, white Western Europeans, and the fact that this is their last ditch attempt to try to save their race by again doing what they did before, which was to think that they just needed to annihilate everybody in their insecurity, in their jealousy, in their actual inferiority. This is what they now have decided to do. Right, okay, we can't compete anymore because black and brown people, they're earning the money now, they are excelling, they're more educated, they're more everything. So English people, where they can't compete, they try to erase. And of course, this is what they do. So the 1% who have been able to control white people for a very long time, that's all they've ever done. They've been drones and they're slaves. So whatever the 1% tell them to do, they will do it, and they don't question anything. Yeah.
But the issue that I've got is, right, most of these people go, they're very xenophobic, they don't like foreigners, obviously that leads into the racism stuff, whatever. They're all, they basically go to football matches and spare on these people who aren't from the area. They'll buy takeaways from delivery drivers. They'll prop up the economy in one hand, but on the other hand, denounce it. And it's like they're the most confused group of people I've ever met in my life. Like, they can't see they're being manipulated within an inch of the life. Like, what's going on with that type of mentality? Like, what is that?
They're just built differently. They're just built differently. They're not, someone said it in the comment section, they're not like us, and they're not. This is why we can't understand the way that they think. We really can't. Right, I'm going to just ask, is anybody on the panel here to tell me I'm racist? Because I've been trying so hard to find people to tell me that I'm racist, and no one's been able to do it so far. Is anyone on the panel here going to tell me I'm racist? Anyone?
Just before I go that quick, do you believe in eugenics? Do you believe in eugenics?
To be honest, I don't even know what eugenics is yet. I haven't even Googled what that word means yet. I don't know what it means.
It's basically perpetuating your own race to the point of like perfection, basically through breeding and stuff like that.
Let me just look it up real quick. Effort to improve purported human genetic equality. So equality. So does this mean essentially that white people, because they are trying to breed with themselves now more than ever, they're saying don't mix, don't mix. They're saying no mixing. Is it because they actually want to? Huh?
It doesn't just mean white people. It means like specifically, like say you're like I don't know your ethnicity, maybe like Nigerian or whatever. Like, would you like it's to perpetuate with your own race until you've got like a genetically superior version of that race? It doesn't necessarily mean white. It could mean like Chinese or Mongolian, as that Tommy said before, whatever.
I don't know.
Like, I mean,
I don't know. Like, it's not part in my mind or conversation, so I wouldn't know. Honestly, I've grown up in a white country, and I see the white conversation, so that's all I can comment on. Now, I don't know anything about anything else. Yeah, I don't know anyone. Okay. Melanie in the comment section says, I've never seen racism like I have from black or brown people. It's them that hate us. Melanie, come up. Come and tell me I'm racist. I'm literally like begging you guys now, and I don't do this. Melanie says that she's experiencing so much racism from black or brown people. Melanie, I'm calling you out, girl. Melanie, come up here and tell me. Tell me and tell us, all of us people, how racist we are. Please come and do it. Melanie, girl. Melanie, I've invited you, Melanie, to come up. Anyone else? No? On the panel? Des, are you white? Des? Up here? Des. Are you white? Yeah. I've asked you to unmute. Yeah. Des? Hello?
Hi.
Hello, Des. Hi. Are you
Hi.
white?
Yes.
Are
Do
you
I
here to
look
tell me
white?
I'm racist?
No.
I'm looking at the picture. You're not white? Or you are?
Yes, I am white.
But you're not here to tell me I'm racist?
No, darling, you can't be racist if you date out of your race. That
Well,
would
no,
put
I
you
can
as a
be.
non-racist.
Yeah,
But I
no, you
think the
can
banging
be.
of this racist drum is getting very boring. We all need to move on, really, don't we? We all need to spread the love and not all this colour shit all the time. I treat people how they treat me. I don't look at the colour of your skin.
Yeah, it would be nice if that was the world. Unfortunately, white people have decided otherwise. So there was a world where
Not all white people,
you know, it
darling.
did.
That's very
Did I
generalist,
say?
isn't it? Because
Did I
it's not
say
all
all?
white
Did
people,
I?
is it?
Did I say all white people, Des? Did I
No, you
say
just
all
said
white
white
people?
people. White people.
Yeah, because white people are the topic.
Yeah, and black people
So
do the same
what am I
thing,
supposed to
sweetheart.
say?
They're racist too.
Okay, so this is it. Tell me how. This is what I'm after. Tell me
Because
how.
people get called whiteys and colonisers in my country. What has happened in history is abhorrent. And everybody knows that, darling. It's time we move on.
How y'all doing?
So,
How y'all
so
doing?
Des,
start
hold on, please
healing
don't
and moving
interrupt. Please
on.
don't. So you don't. So being called white is racist.
Of course it is. I used to get called a white coon at school because I played basketball with the Aboriginals.
No, you first of all, you
So
said
that's racism.
First of all, you said
to be
first of all,
against
you
a race
said,
of people is what
no,
racism actually is.
hold on, Des. You said being called white is racism.
I've been called a white coon, a colonizer. Why isn't that racism, darling? Is it only
Don't tell me.
racism when it's against other races of people bar whites?
How is so? Do you have an issue with being called white?
No, not at all.
So the colonizing part, though. I mean, you're in Australia. Where are you from?
Yes.
Where are you from?
I'm in Australia. I live on the Gold Coast, but I was born in Cairns,
Where are
which
you
is
from?
a very...
Where are you from originally? Where are you from originally?
Oh, it's the old, where are you from originally? My father was from Jersey in the Channel Islands.
Mm-hmm.
My mother's side of the family goes way back in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
And also German heritage as well on my mother's side.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a bit of a mixed race. Spanish.
So what's offensive? So what's offensive by being called a colonizer? Because you literally are colonizing right now.
Well, I'm not a colonizer. I didn't go over and take over a country.
Your ancestry did.
I was born into a country, and this is my country. You
But it's
can
not your
stamp and
country.
carry on all you like, but it's my
but
country.
It's
I
not
was
your
born
country,
here.
really. It's not really your country. It belongs to the Aboriginals, and you're a guest in the country. You're a guest.
Land doesn't really belong to anybody, sweetheart. You can't take it with you when you
see?
die.
If
You can't take it with you when you die, darling.
If you're not colonizer, then why colonizer shaped, Des? Why are you colonizer shaped?
Beg you say that again, sorry?
I said, if you don't think you're a colonizer and you think colonizer is an offensive word, why are you acting like a colonizer?
What do you mean? Why am I acting like a colonizer?
But you are. You're
No, I'm
acting
not,
like your behavior.
Well, you're acting like someone who just wants to have an argument and keep doing the same thing, little Mrs. Division. All you're doing by carrying on like this is dividing people. Not getting people to come together, you're dividing people.
Why?
So you're no better. You're no better than the people that you put down all the time, sweetheart.
Who do I put down?
Are you?
Who
Well,
do I
you
put
don't.
down?
You're calling me a colonizer.
So you're offended by truth?
No, because I'm not a colonizer. I didn't come over in ships and take over the land I live on.
You're a descendant of colonizers. It doesn't
A lot
change.
of the English people, if you know your history, were sent to Australia as convicts for stealing a loaf of bread.
Yeah, and then you were given land after as well.
Funny that,
you
So
were
that
given
they were
land after.
misplaced.
And then
They
you
were
also
misplaced.
almost extinct the Tasmanians as well during that time. So this is still the family
Oh, I know,
line.
and how horrible. I've said all that. What a horrible thing to happen in history. Just as it was horrible when Africa was invaded by the English and you were all spread all around the world as slaves. and
it was
called
devastating.
savages, you know, because you're black skinned. As I said before, I don't take people by the colour of their skin. I take people on the way they treat you.
I like how you just said that, Des. I like how you said that in that tone as well. Black people were spread around the world and called savages. Like you didn't even have to say that part, colonizer. You didn't even have to say that part.
Oh, see, you're just out for argument, sweetie, and I'm not interested in argument. I try to spread love, not put labels on everything. If you understand the whole thing in this world, we are all humans. We are all part of the human race.
The thing is, we're not all
we
human,
are all
though,
one.
Des.
One day you will actually understand that, sweetheart.
We are not all one, Des. We are not all one.
Yes, we are.
We've got the global majority.
One,
we've got the global majority, and then we have other people that are like you who are not actually part of the global majority. So, Des, there are people on this planet who are white and actually do understand oppression, do understand colonization, do understand internalized racism, do understand passive aggressiveness. They understand all of these things. Unfortunately, you don't.
Oh, and you know me, do you?
Very clearly, very quickly.
Oh, very quickly, yeah, because you like to label people, sweetheart. You like to stick little stickers on everybody. Yeah, you do. I can tell by the tone you use with everybody that comes up that's white. So you are racist, sweetheart. She's tone
policing me. Thank you.
You are racist.
This is what I asked.
Yes, you are racist, sweetheart. Yeah, you are racist, and you love being racist, don't you, sweetheart? I hope you don't have children. You're bringing them up to think like you do, darling. That's so sad.
What I also say about colonizers is that they're very good at projecting as well. Oh, Des has ran away, guys. Des ran away. She ran. Why do these people keep running away? I asked them to tell me how racist I am, and then they start going on about themselves and talk about it's unfair that I'm being called a colonizer when you literally just came up here and did all colonization shit. Like you were literally like the definition of a colonizer. Oh my God. We just need to, like, what I find very unsettling is that when you have colonizers who are saying, we need togetherness and we need to be together, like, but you're angry. You're literally furious. Like, who is going to unite with you? Who is going to unite with you? And I think that's the problem with colonizers is that they know that nobody wants to unite with them. And so they get upset at us because we're like, we ain't uniting with you. No, thank you. You've got to do your inner healing and all of your work to actually understand what you're supposed to do. Kind Heart says she colonized the conversation and then left.
I think we just had a brilliant example. We just had a brilliant example of what Professor Kahinde Andrews refers to as the psychosis of whiteness. This is exactly it. They're so full of their own delusions and hallucinations. I noticed this actually recently when I was on Gammon Talk. Because you know when they were clipping you on Gammon Talk and taking things wherever they wanted to take them, I noticed it on there. So I asked them exactly what is racist in the content because they clipped a bit of what I'd said, and I asked them what specifically is it that you think is racist in what I said, and like today's fantastic show that you've done for 3 hours. In 3 hours, you couldn't get anything out of them. They don't understand even what racism is. And the fact that they're around calling people racist, this is the weirdest thing about it. I think, like I say, more people need to study about this psychosis of whiteness, like we've just experienced there from the colonizer who came on and was offended at being called a colonizer. Just for a statement of fact, a statement of truth is enough to send them off in this kind of delusions. Right now, you're lucky you're away from this, Fox, by the way. You're in a beautiful country. But here in the UK, where we're still having to put up with a lot of these gammons, whenever they have these fits of rages and these psychotic episodes, they go around bashing up their own communities. And I don't know if you've seen it, but in Southampton, they've been bashing up their own communities recently because apparently the person that they were voting to get out in 2016 is now suddenly their poster child. All of a sudden, suddenly they love him apparently today. They've been doing it up and down the country. But Fox, we're lucky you're getting away from it, man. Imagine us lot. We've got to deal with this gammon stuff every day.
I know. Sorry about that. Yeah. So I think it is very interesting that, again, like Fanatics has just said, And this is what I've been asking for. Just come up and tell us what this racism is. What are we doing that's racist? But this is the problem with white people, is that you think racism or saying someone is racist is just a word. You think it's just a word. You don't understand the history. You don't understand the connotations.
What is it?
You don't understand what the word actually means.
What's the definition of racism?
So please do wait a minute. So everybody who's just joined the panel, I do go one at a time. So please wait, Starstream. Please don't unmute or speak over anybody, because otherwise I have to drop you. Okay. So like I've just said, that racism is not just a word. It is an experience. It is a history. It is a concept that was created by white people to keep people oppressed. White people, if you're saying you're experiencing racism, it makes no fucking sense at all. How can you be oppressed by a system set up by you, made for you? It makes no sense. What you're probably getting confused by is classism, because class is most definitely set up to keep certain people oppressed, but it's nothing to do with your colour. And like I said, capitalism was born in the UK. It was birthed by Scottish man Adam Smith and then pushed out through the British Empire. So then anybody who touched white Western Europeans were then going to be subjected by class. But of course, black and brown people in the racial hierarchy that I talk about, that was installed by the British Empire, keeps everybody black and brown and any other white people who aren't white English or British below them. And so that's why I always bring up Eastern Europeans. Eastern Europeans are not considered white until you have a situation like Henry Novak, where all of a sudden he's white, guys. English people accept him as white. Understand what racial hierarchy looks like, because you need to learn a little bit more. Fanatics, have you got any more you want to add? Fanatics?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, look, it's fantastic that most of us are educated enough and considerate enough to wait our turn. It's not something that we come from good families. This is the problem. A lot of these people from these gammon kind of societies, they don't understand what order is. And they've been trying to preach to the world about what order is. And when we try and explain to them that the order is what's causing a lot of this psychosis that you're experiencing, they come up on panels like this. They can't help themselves. They can't even have a conversation. They don't know how it's like to wait your turn. They think they can jump ahead of everybody. I've seen people been on this panel who are black and brown, wait for an hour before they're being able to speak, and they're grateful when they can speak because they can talk about a topic. But these guys, they just think we're going to bump in here and we're going to speak whenever we like. They seem to think it's still like They
try to colonize the space. It is entitlement. It is the Neanderthal gene. It is all those things that we just don't seem to have. So Ivy, if you think that Fanatics is discriminating, if you think that I am also discriminating, because I agree, because we're very aware, please come up and tell me or tell us discrimination is worse than racism, Ivy says, not realizing that racism is a type of discrimination.
Do you know what the worst thing is? Is that they love their little echo chambers. And you know, when you go on their echo chambers, you try and be cordial, you try and be respectful. You think, you know what, I'll mute up because I'm used to being in a civilized home. But they'll mute you up anytime you try and say something. You're like, you know what, if you don't appreciate the fact that I'm going to kind of explain to you what racism is, if I'm taking the time out of my day to have to explain to you every day what racism is, what oppression is, if you don't appreciate that and you don't appreciate us in your spaces, we'll just come off your spaces, and then you're going to come begging on these spaces and you can't behave yourselves. What do you want us to do?
That's what they do anyway, no matter what we do, no matter what conversation we have. When I have a black only panel, Fanatics, the way they're like, you're racist because we're not allowed to be involved in the conversation. They get so angry. And so so some of you guys who've been here before, when a few months ago, I did black panel, mixed race panel and white panel. The white panel, it was diabolical. It was absolutely diabolical. It was like, you guys, and we knew we were preparing ourselves mentally, energetically for it. It was just pure carnage, no self-control, screaming, shouting, racism. Like, honestly, it was diabolical. And I literally had to make sure that I could sleep well that night because it was,
You know what it is, Fox?
it was dreadful.
The fact that we've had to grow up in this kind of surrounding, though, Fox, we've had to be in classes where they behave this way in our classes. Like, we're going there to learn, as our parents taught us, this is good. Go and respect your teachers. Some of those teachers even happened to be white. I wasn't offensive to them. I still learned from them. If they could give me something that they could teach me, I learned from some of those. I didn't discriminate them just because of the colour of their skin. But it was always these kind of white gamely students that you're seeing now out on these streets who didn't learn then, that are they're still being mollycoddled now, as if you see them on GBB News and all this, they mollycoddle them at every point and every turn and keep telling them, no, you're all right, you're all right.
Infantilism. It's infantilism to treat them like children because they haven't been able to evolve emotionally, intellectually, like as adults. They're still like kids. Yeah.
I think maybe that's a lot of it. I mean, what's interesting, recently there was I think there was gammy coloured people that did that disgusting thing to a young child, but none of them were out protesting. I don't know what's up with them. I thought they were all against.
We always know they don't care about their own. They only care if someone else is doing something to theirs, which tells you that they really are about this kind of this control thing. It's very insidious to think that you don't care about your own women and children until it is someone else, because that says ownership. It says, oh, well, we can grape our own. We can unalive our own. It's okay if we do it. It's not okay if someone else is doing it. It's an ownership thing, and it is very insidious to think that way. Incredibly insidious.
Sick mentality. Thank you for having me up, though, Fox, man. Carry on doing what you're doing. Thank you for educating the masses, man. We need more of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Until next time, fanatics. Bye.
Take care, Fox.
Thank you. Priya, I don't know what happened. I don't know how I managed to miss you, Priya. I don't know, were you on teacup or something? Or if it's switched down or something.
No, you tried
I don't know what happened.
earlier on, but I didn't want to speak because my children were on the school run. So I said, I'll just wait till she's gone because this subject is very, very touchy and I don't really want to be speaking right in front of my children. But I do appreciate that you did send a request earlier. I do appreciate it. Unfortunately, at that time, I couldn't. I just had to wait till the coast is clear.
I click everybody. Like, who wants to come up and chat?
But
thank you,
Fox. I think you're absolutely brilliant. You're absolutely awesome. And you know one thing? I'm glad that someone's actually decided to bring this on the panel because I've always wanted to speak about it, but some reason Priya always gets attacked. So I let somebody else will think about it and will actually put this on here. And I'm so glad. I am so proud of you. I'm glad.
Your telepathic signal, because you know, black and brown people, we are telepathically connected, and we are part of the global majority, the collective.
But we're the same people.
Yes,
we're the same. We're the same people by DNA. Yes. Believe it or not, unfortunately, not many people are going to believe that, but we are actually the same people by DNA. We might look different, but we're the same. Does that make sense? And you know, a lot of people try to say Asians are not black. Blacks can't be Asians, you know, and I do think that it's silly because really, truly, you know, what's happened to us, it's the same thing that's happened. And to be quite frank, I'll be honest with you, there's something I actually wanted to say. I know on the panel, they're going to get offended. But when it comes to colonization, 800 years ago, these white people had a free holiday on our land. 800 years. And sitting down doing nothing. So when it comes to the laws that they brought into the UK, it's all underneath slavery. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It all is. I mean, if you look at the word history, read it carefully. His
story.
Yeah. So a lot of these things they have in the dictionary, it's from these by colonizing the countries. You've got African words in there. You've got Egyptian words in there. You've got Indian words in there. Yeah. Sister, give me the names. Give me the list. I do my homework all the time and I've read a lot and I can go on and on and on and on and on. And the thing with me, what do we do about it? I think it's really about time that they owe us everything that they've taken of us. Because really and truly, there's a lady on here. Somebody said about country. Now, my argument is, Where is the white man's country? What country do you actually have?
If they went back to the Caucasus Mountains, it's like around, I always get confused between Albania and Armenia. It's Armenia, isn't it? I think. Russia, South Russia, and then somewhere else where the Caucasus Mountains are. That's literally it. And even so, if English people, I always say to them, if you're upset about how multicultural Britain is, considering it's always been a multicultural country, just go back to Germany. Literally just go to Germany. If you don't like it, you leave. Leave.
But sister, but the Queen, she was originally black. The Queen was black.
Yeah.
The Buckingham Palace, that was made by a black woman. 12 bedrooms.
I love the fact that you brought up colour as well there, Priya, is that when you said about, I can't remember exactly what it is that you said, but it popped into my mind about how there are black Indians. There are black Indian people, like black in Pakistan by skin. And this is the problem with race. This is what made it a problem. It is white Europeans decided to group people by their skin colour, disconnecting Africa and Asia. Because we were one. And it wasn't a case of, oh, well, you're Indian and you're this. Like, countries didn't exist. It was just pieces of land. And we understood each other.
But the thing is, Fox, I'm going to say to you, you could be Indian. You could actually be Indian. Yeah. This is the thing I'm trying to say. Because, I know a lot of people might get offended, but a lot of us do actually have that DNA, believe it or not. You can have it. Loads of people can have it, and they want to ignore that.
Yeah.
What's wrong with it? What's wrong with having African DNA or Indian DNA?
Nothing. And this is
White DNA, guys, right?
If people actually understand history and they understand how the world used to look, and again, understand that DNA only goes back 8 generations, but this is where you actually start to talk about your own story, like talking your own family, where your family line is and where you came from. And look at the world as well. I always say that I don't accept the division between black and brown people. I always say this. These guys know I always talk about no separation between black and brown people. And of course, I'm all about black unity, and I'm also supporting Asian people as well. And I'm just like, black and brownness is so freaking special and so beautiful. And we literally are this color because we came from the sun. We are the sun children. We are literally the ones that were born out of the universe onto this earth. This earth belongs to us. And so the fact that you said that, Priya, is like, they need to give our stuff back. Unfortunately, colonizers don't give things back. That's all they do is just steal and take. And this is why the earth has had to reset itself, and the universe has had to do some things like we talked about earlier, and like you guys know about the sun getting hotter. And you're seeing so many white people now getting sun blisters, like their skin is falling off, and they're like, oh my God, I can't even be out in the sun because of blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there's all these things that are happening naturally. And I'm really glad. I used to do a black and brown, like South Asian live together with somebody else on this platform, talking about, the division between our communities is because of white people. Literally any sort of division you can see is because of white people. Of course, we all used to have our own little conflicts, of course, because families fight. This is what we always do. But the fact that it became so global and so problematic is because of the white Western European. This is literally them. So nobody will ever come here that is outside of white Western. Like, I even stand up for Eastern Europeans. These guys here know this. And anybody who is not an Anglo-Saxon, I basically stand up for, because I'm like, I understand race. I understand where things come from. I understand different histories throughout the world. I understand who were the problematic people. And I understand those people who kept their shit on their own doorstep. I understand those things. But if you come from the group of people that literally decided we're going to spread our shit through 171 countries plus, then you are a problem. You are the problem, which again boils down to what the United Kingdom became, because Britain was not like this before the Anglo-Saxons came. Okay, so it's all about that. It's please understand history, understand that the global majority was supposed to be one family, because we were at the beginning of concept of time of humanity, we were. And it's just, please stop falling for the tricks of the white devil, because I use that phrase sometimes. The white devil will always try to turn us against each other, turn us against ourselves, because that's how the white devil wins. Okay, don't let the white devil win. Thank you, Priya. Thank you, sister. Appreciate your time and your comments.
You're welcome. Keep on going, though. One day I will actually come and sit down and speak to you properly. I don't want to go on and on and on because I'm going to angry a lot of people.
Do you say you do lives as well?
To be honest, I did actually try to do something one time, but it didn't work out. This is the one thing I can actually say.
If I find people from the global majority, black or brown, men or women, who are excellent speakers and have got a lot to say, I always say, please, you need to do lives, because you know these spaces.
The thing is that, Fox, I will say to you, because this history, it needs to come out, and I'm glad that you brought it, because it's something that needs to be spoken about. Because one thing I've noticed is that these white people, the colonizers, they know more about us than we know about ourselves.
They learnt us. They studied us. They know everything. You're right. We've talked about this before, because they were obsessed with how different we were when they started to, immigrate and invade and do all these things. They were like, hold on, these people seem different to us. So they needed to learn everything about us, so then they could actually just use to manipulate us. Because
the thing is, I'm going to say to you, because one thing I see in the UK now, the education system is going to collapse in the UK. And the reason I say why, because they stole our resources originally from day one. Because if you look at it carefully, okay, look at the education of India, look at the education of the Caribbean, look at the education of Africa, okay, Egypt. It's very high standard, and the one thing I will say to you is that when I went on holiday to the Caribbean, that's where my mom's from. My mom's Afro-Caribbean, my dad's Indian. And the one thing I've seen in the education, I was like, whoa, I'm in year 8 and I'm doing something different in maths. My cousins are doing geometry,
Yeah, I got put up a year at school. I was too advanced for my, I went to a combined school, so I had to repeat year 7 twice. My youngest sister, me and my sisters always got good grades at school, but my youngest sister is exceptionally smart. And because I've also got ADHD, my parents always used to say that I was never challenged enough. And that's why I got put up a year, because I really wasn't. It was like, this stuff is not hard. And I tell a story about
white people are so dumb, aren't they?
If you say so, Switch MMA.
You're saying right now.
That's what you just said.
It's our Neanderthal DNA, right? It's our stupid Neanderthal DNA.
If you say so.
Yeah, you agree, don't you?
If you say so.
No, I'm asking you, do you agree?
Do you want me to agree?
Yeah, I do, because I really think you do agree.
I do agree.
And to you, that's not racist, right? Because racism is a system, isn't it?
How is it racist if you say it? You're the one who popped up and said it, and I'm agreeing with you. How am I the racist?
I'm white, right? I'm white. I can say anything. I can be racist against myself.
You got white privilege.
I do.
You got white privilege.
I live in a brilliant country. I live in the UK.
Great.
I'm privileged. Anyone that lives here is privileged.
Great.
Yeah. But I'm just. Why do you pretend that you're not racist? That's the interesting part.
Tell me how I am.
We just said so.
Priya, obviously, me and Priya were having a great conversation.
You just said you're happy that white people are suffering because the sun's getting hotter.
Decided to pop up and speak. Sorry, Priya, about this. Sometimes this does happen here. Certain groups of people.
I hear you, but the thing is, at the end of the day, I don't even know where we were at, because
just own up and say you're racist, guys. It's fine.
Just tell us how. If we're agreeing with what
you've been saying things, right? That we have Neanderthal DNA and you guys don't, and you guys are the same and we're different.
How is that racist? It's facts. Everybody knows that you guys came from the Neanderthal.
Yeah, and that's fine, but you're acting as if that's a negative thing, and we're somehow worse because we have Neanderthal DNA, and that in itself is racism.
But you just contradicted yourself. It's not racism. It's literally, we talk about history, we talk about facts. We know for a fact that the white working class boy is the most, worst at GCSEs, not earning any money. This is literal facts. It's nothing to do with racism.
No, I know,
This is
but
fact.
it's the way you're framing it as a negative, and that you are somehow above. You are somehow above us because you don't have that DNA, so you're pure. But we have the Neanderthal DNA, so that makes us real stupid animals, right?
You're adding a lot of words, dude.
That's what I've been listening
to.
No, I'm just getting rid of the fluff. I'm getting rid of the fluff. I'm getting to the point of what you're trying to make, and just own up. Just own up. Just be honest.
Own up to what?
Own racism. Right, do you believe
want us
racism
to
has to be a
say-
system, right?
You want us to say that we are better because we're not Neanderthals?
Well, that's what you've been saying. You're saying we're burning up in the sun, and that's a good thing because we deserve it, right?
No.
That's what you said. I was listening. I've been listening.
I didn't say deserve. No, this is the thing with you English people.
But you're happy
You
about
always
it, though,
say-
right? You're happy about it.
I'm not happy about it.
You were smiling. You were smiling.
Yeah,
You were so happy talking about the white people getting the blisters. You were like, they're getting all the blisters, and it's all good, and they don't just,
That's not
we're
how I said it.
the sun's people. We're the God's chosen people because we bake in the sun. Oh, I've been listening to it. It's
I didn't know. I talk in matter of fact. I've said that black.
You
and
might
brown
believe
people
it's fact.
are not- Huh?
You might believe it's fact, and that's fine.
It is fact.
But it's
though.
racism, right? It's racism. Do you believe you're better because you don't have Neanderthal DNA?
I never said I was better. I never put myself.
No,
in
I'm
a-
asking you now. I'm asking you now.
No, I don't believe I'm better.
So what's bad about Neanderthal DNA? Does it make us more animalistic?
Bad.
You did. You were framing it in a negative manner. You said you and Priya are sisters because you don't have Neanderthal DNA.
Listen, I think you're upset that you've got Neanderthal DNA.
No, I'm trying to frame you as a racist. I'm trying to frame you as a
You're
racist.
upset about it. So the problem? So what's going on here? Switch kick is for some reason that you're a little bit triggered by the conversation because Priya and I are talking about actually how we came from the original, original human. Okay, this is where we came from. We came from this, and I think you're personally upset because you didn't. And there's a lot of white people who also wouldn't be triggered by this conversation. Switch kick. We've just been talking about our education levels, like we're talking about ourselves. Right, we're talking about ourselves, and you feel left out because the conversation is not involving
What do you mean
and
you came from the original human and we didn't? Why even bring that up?
Why not?
What do you know? Why have you even brought that up?
Why not?
True.
It might be true, but why is that even in this conversation?
Because we're not
You
here
just
to create
contradicted
your
yourself.
feelings.
Why did I contradict myself, Terrell?
Nobody here is catered to your fragile feelings. That's why we can talk about whatever we want to, Switch Kick.
You're contradicting yourself because your feelings are getting involved with the truth. Another thing, I'm upset that nobody said on this panel real quick, black people cannot be racist. It's impossible. We can
Yeah, because it's a system. We know this bullshit lie, bro. We know this lie.
That's what pissed me off about this whole thing, that nobody brought up that black people cannot be racist.
Systemic racism isn't racism, bro.
It's impossible, bro. It's impossible. You see the problem with you guys project all the time. It's you that are the racist. There wouldn't be no racism if you guys didn't even invent it. You invented it. So now you want to turn that word that you invented on the people that you put the oppression on.
Didn't the Homo sapiens wipe out the Neanderthals? They literally G-sided the Neanderthals, and you guys are the pure Homo sapiens. So what are you talking about? We invented it. Come on, guys.
You invented racism, is what I'm saying.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, bro. Come on.
That is the truth.
You think that's the dumbest thing you've ever heard?
No, we invented. I'll tell you what we invented. We invented systemic. We invented systemic.
People can't even take the truth, bro.
We invented
they can't even listen to the truth. You can't even listen to the truth.
Because that ain't the truth.
How is it the craziest thing you've ever heard? Because you are going off of emotion and racism, you know?
Honestly,
it's all about racism with you guys.
Honestly,
no. You guys, you just want to be racist and not be called racist.
Yeah,
that's all it is. That's all it is. You just want to be able to say, fuck these crackers and not have to be called a racist. That's what you want. That's what you want.
Everyone here, listen, they told you that black people can't be racist. And you have to accept that because we didn't create these systems that you're talking about.
Escalate to this.
Hold on.
Can
Hold
everybody
on.
just mute for a second? I just want to reset the panel, okay, guys? Because we got some feelings that were triggered and a bit upset by Priya, brown girl, Fox, black girl, talking about how cool we are. And the white boy decided to pop up and be like, Neanderthals, you want to call us white? Like, what the fuck? Switch kick, man. You've been on my panel quite a few times, and it would be nice that one day, I think it's been more than that because I remember you. I would like a day, I think we would all like a day, if you could be able to just wait your turn and just
I'm
maybe
sorry,
bring
guys.
something else to the conversation. Yeah, just bring something else to the conversation to be like, do you know what, maybe I'm going to learn a bit of things, because Switchkick, if you come to our spaces, there's a clear reason why you want to come to our spaces, like very clear reason, because there could be other spaces that you can go to and feel quite upset or to be angry and to scream and to do whatever you want, but you come here to do it. So I'd
Because you're
always
talking
just like
bad
ask
about
the
white
question.
people.
I'm not
I'm
talking
a
that bad
white
about it, it's just
person. I'm
truthfully.
a white person.
But it's truth. But this is
Yeah,
the
but
thing,
you might
though,
see it as
Switchkick.
truth, right? But then, obviously, what do you think someone like me is going to think hearing this stuff? You know it's rage bait. You know it's going to work. And I fall for rage bait because I'm not, you know, I'm not, I always fall for this shit. I do. I'm going to admit, right?
I like that you said that. That was funny. But that's the thing. It's not about you. It's not about you guys. Like the whole thing is you guys say that I'm racist, and you just need to prove it. That's all you need to do. But Switch Kick, I'm glad you had some kind of some realization there, right? Which is good.
I know.
You had some kind. Yeah, you had some kind of realization. So that's when you should go back to yourself and say, do you know what? Maybe there is something that I do need to say. Because if you are in these same spaces and you know you've been here many times, you know there are other white people that come here and are not upset. They understand the conversation. They're secure. They're confident. They know history. They've literally taken time upon themselves to understand the topics without getting personally upset. And this is literally all
Can we
that
restart?
needs to happen for white people.
I won't get emotional.
Restart.
I promise. Okay. So let me
You've had your moment. You've had your moment. You think it's
I've
over
had my
now. Is it
moment.
done
I've
now?
had my Neanderthal moment. Okay, right. So do you guys, right, your definition of racism is it's a system, right? It's a system of power.
No, it's not just,
okay.
it's part of it, yes. It is part. There's many different types of
I know
racism.
everybody's always going to ask what's your definition, but can I actually hear your definition, like, honestly?
No, don't ask me.
Okay, fine. So my definition would be treating someone often differently. I'll just say differently, but often in a negative way, purely based on their race. That's where my definition is. That's prejudice, everything, and that is a system is involved in that, right? A system can be racist, and white people have had a racist system, especially all throughout Europe. I agree. What was it? The 60s that black people could start getting loans, right? I'm aware of these things. But where I have a problem is why I get emotional and all these things. It's because I see a future down the line, right, where white people can be in public, right? Racial prejudice can happen, right? You guys would call it racial prejudice, and it would what's the word? The repercussions for that would not be as severe because of the historical factors, right? But I see a future where this is going to be sort of used in a way that's going to affect white people negatively, and there'll be no repercussions, and it's all because, well, history says we can do this, and I've got a problem with that. I do.
I'm a little confused. What do you mean by repercussions? Repercussions of what?
No.
Like
I will explain it to you because
please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. I'm trying to understand him for a little bit.
Yeah,
because he's had his moment and he's relaxed now. So I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, like anybody racist, especially white people being racist, there's repercussions for that, right? You can't be going out saying these things, right? It's because it's bang out of order. It really is, right? And I agree with it. But to have that in treated different, like things, because they're this race, it's different, right? To me, that's a problem, right? That's not true equality. And I can understand why you guys would want that, right? Because of the history. I do agree. But I don't want a future where that is, I don't want a future where that exists, where it's not, it's, because of the history there.
Yeah. Okay. What you're trying to say is that if people from the global majority are racist, it will be the same as white people being racist. This is what I'm hearing from you. But the fact is that our racism, and I'm just going to use this example just for you, okay, Switch Kit, because we can't do racism. But if we are racist, it is literally out of just some words. Like you're the person who brought up the like cracker. I don't even say that. I don't even say that word. I don't even say that.
Yeah.
I don't say that. But that's literally to the extent, that's literally all we can do is just say words. White racism is our death. It means we can die. It means we can be killed en masse. It's very different. If black and brown people were a threat to white people, you would have seen it by now. You would have seen it, but you haven't seen it. Not in history and not presently either. So it's generally your own internalized fear. White people have an internalized fear of the repercussions of things that you guys have done throughout history coming back to you. That's all it is. It's nothing to do with us. And this is why, please follow Anti-Racist Mum if you don't already, Switch Kick. Like, follow her. She's really brilliant at breaking this stuff down as a white woman who's, of course, had to go through this process and understand and, unpack internalized racism, understand what racism is, what it means, understand what whiteness looks like from the outside rather than from the inside, from inside the bubble. And she's able to talk more freely and understand that she's not going to be personally affected by these conversations. And I'm sure you must have heard her speak before, right? She's so powerful when she talks about herself as a person, when she talks about whiteness, and then that's it. She just carries on with her day.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard about her, right? Yeah.
I might have
just
done,
follow
to be
her.
honest. Yeah.
Yeah, follow her.
Hey, host, let me say something to this guy.
Who's talking? I don't know who's
can you hear me?
interrupted.
Yeah.
I think Nine Ever wanted to say something. Nine Ever? Yeah, sorry, Nine Ever. Do you want to unmute, Nine Ever?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was just saying, I understand what you're saying, bro. You are saying that, basically, if this feeling or this agenda that we are on as black people, if it grows, that means that black people YT people, your people will receive like prejudice. They will receive like all these bad things that you guys have been doing to us, right? So my thing is, that's not such a bad thing from our perspective. Look at it from a black person's perspective. If you have been born into a world where your color is seen first before anything you do, right? We as black people, we didn't choose to be born in a world that is built by white supremacy and bigotry and racism, right? But we had to play our part. We had to live it out. We had to meet racism, bigotry, and all these bad things in our everyday life. But we didn't choose to be born in this skin. So if you are saying that black people are racist against white people, that is not factual, because racism came from the pseudo-scientific mind of a whitey man with money, and it trickled down, because the people that started all this racism and eugenics and whatever, they were whitey men with property who wanted to explain away their actions that they do. So they came up with racism and all these classifications. So black people can't be racist. And I want you to hear me, bro. As a white person, black people can't be racist towards you, because we can't do anything. We can curse you out. We can be angry at you. We can harbor a grudge, but I can't change where your kids are gonna school. I can't change where you live. I can't change what amount of money you're gonna earn as a whitey person working in the same space as me. So if you think that black people being united and black people speaking out against what your people are doing is racist, then to us that means liberation, because you guys don't want us to talk the truth. You don't want us to explain how we feel, right? You don't want us to tell you what we think about the dynamics of our interactions with your people, right?
And host, real quick, host. Go ahead. I wanted to say something real quick too. How's everybody doing, by the way? I want to say something. You got to be careful, because y'all didn't watch what he just said. You got to be careful of this. What YT people see, I'm from America. What YT people will do is they will set up something so that they could like set a president, set up something so they can turn around and use it later. Have us agree with it so they can use it later against us. What he just did, he tried to set up what they try to call over here reverse racism. There is no such thing as reverse racism. Basically, the guy before him too, they try to compare our name calling to them as some form of racism. But if we agree to it, then they can use that against us and say, well, hey, you're being racist too. No, black people cannot be racist. So host, you got to be careful.
Disagree on this.
That no, black people cannot be racist. So because what they'll do is they'll set you up for it, and then once you agree with it, then later on, well, yeah, black people can be racist.
The logic doesn't make sense.
That's right.
No,
That's right.
Doesn't make sense.
That's the reason why.
Be careful.
Yeah, thank you, Terrell. But that's the reason why the prompt is like this. That's the reason why, because it's up to them to do it. Like I'm very aware, we're all aware that black people can't be racist. Like we're very aware, but we are literally playing the game that they are playing with us at the moment. And this is the whole reason why it is. So thank you, Terrell, for that, but we don't fall for stuff like that here. We don't, thank you. Okay, we've got now next Dark Child, I believe. Dark Child, how are you? Dark Cloud, sorry. Dark Child, like the musician. Not Dark Child, Dark Child. Dark Clouds. Dark Clouds, you there? I've asked you to unmute. Dark Clouds, hello. No?
Hi.
Yes. Hello there, how are you? Hi.
I'm alright, thank you. And you?
Yeah, I'm good,
Okay,
thank you. Sorry. What would you like to add? So the whole point is supposed to be like people need to come here and tell me that I'm racist and then prove it. Like if white people think that I'm racist and the things that I'm saying, like who thinks I'm racist?
I don't believe you're racist. I don't because you guys have said it all. Black people can never be racist. So it's the gentleman just right below me that was having a fit and then later retraced his step. So, if you're still not understanding the concept of what racism is all about, let me give you a scenario now and tell you the time of the year we are. We are in 2026, and the statistics still has it that women of color, black more, are still dying at childbirth. Because these were stories we used to hear just in America, but obviously is slowly coming over here.
It's always been here, but now we're seeing more of the studies, and we're actually understanding that it's not normal, because there are certain things that have been pushed in the UK that we're supposed to accept the things that are happening, but now we're like, hold on a minute, this isn't right.
Exactly, So if he still is having that delusional feeling of, oh, there is no racism, let me now come home to make it more clearer for you. For instance, have a white woman and a black woman in a corner, in a very dark corner, and then have the both of them screaming at the same time for help, and let's see who will get more attention. Or have a scenario where a white woman and a black woman is being attacked by, say, a vicious man, regardless of the race. Who is going to get more help? Is obviously the white woman. I'm not being petty here. I'm talking from the perspective of a woman that has experienced this firsthand. So if you're still having that, these people are just having, ganging up, or which your kind normally do. Oh, when you feel you've been boxed in a corner, your English and your vocabularies and your big grammar can't, do the talk for you. You now say, oh, they're ganging up against me. No, we are not. We are just trying to tell you, just like the other speaker that said, we can't decide where you're going to live. At workplaces, we can't decide your promotion as a black person, regardless. The same.
This is where, this is where people just need to understand that everybody's got an internalized bias. So even if you don't recognize racism, there is an internalized bias that in a white Western European world, especially, if you see a white person, you're going to resonate with them more because they look like you. This is internalized bias. Unfortunately, when you go to black and brown countries, because there is so much colonization, you still as a white person can be seen and treated better than a black and brown person because of the indoctrination and the brainwashing over hundreds of years. Okay, so you have a racial bias, and then you also have colonization, which can play in many different ways in different parts of the world. That no matter what skin you're in or place you are in as a white person, you could still have, because of the racial hierarchy that was pushed. So there's that too. Yes, Dark Clouds, please continue.
Sorry.
Oh,
again, I
Dark
want
Clouds,
to commend you because you've got this calmness. You really like. You're very calm, but you're still getting your points across. That is what I really want to learn. You know, ever since I've been in this part of the world, I haven't really learned that. I'm always very raw, like the gentleman I was trying to correct now. I'm quite raw coming at them, but I'm trying to learn this attitude that you have because I was really impressed. I was just scrolling.
Do you know how you do it? Do you know how you do it?
Yeah,
you have to leave the UK. You have to leave the UK. I don't live in the UK anymore, or Europe.
You might be right,
You have to
Splash, you might
leave.
be right.
Yeah, honestly, you have to leave because the vibration and energy is very negative. That gets people very angry and gets people like you jump,
That's
you jump,
true.
you jump. You know, yeah,
That is
you do.
true.
And I literally felt myself there. And I used to start traveling a lot because I could literally feel it. And especially when I used to go to London, I could only be there for so long, and I would have to get out because I could feel it. But I'm glad you recognise that switch gig as well. It's like, and the saying
it really
is,
works.
UK is bad. UK is bad vibes is a saying for a reason. It's a saying for a reason, and that's why the UK or English people. This is why you guys travel a lot, and you just switch off. You don't really do a lot. It's just like you switch off. But there's also a massive amount of depression that lives in the island as well that people aren't really willing to recognise. I always talk about mental health on here. I always talk about please go to the NHS because that was my first steps was to go to the NHS, have talking therapy. And that got me to my first level of confidence to be able to understand, right, okay, the thoughts in my head, I know are true. I can start talking truthfully. And then, of course, I left. So it made it a lot better. Dark Knight, I didn't. Just 1 minute. Dark Knight in the comment section, I didn't drop you. There seems to be some TikTok error because I didn't touch anything. So please do come up again if you want to request. But carry on. Sorry, go on, Dark Clouds.
Yeah, because I've got like young girls around me, cousins, nephews, nieces, which I'm trying to tell them that for you to thrive in this country, don't be like your auntie, because your auntie is quite fiery. And I've had loads of issues with that at workplaces when I'm right, because I'm like, so why am I being blamed? Because I don't do emailing. I'm sorry. I'm somebody who, once I see that red flag, I will go for it like a bull. I will come down at you. And once that is done, I'm happy because I feel like, okay, but this issue of, you go and email, because emailing, they are words. Unfortunately, I did school here.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. We've talked about this a lot, Dark Clouds. We talked about culturally how different it is. Like black and brown people, and even actually people from mainland Europe, we're more used to talking directly. In the UK and England, it's very passive aggressive. You have to sandwich it first. Your email. Hey, have you had a nice weekend? How was your How was your cousin? And how was your anyway? Blah 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 blah. Here's the email, and then I hope you can understand. Just get to the point. Just literally, just get to it. Stop with this. Even you've got some of these people here recently.
We
just 1
feel
minute.
more,
Let me finish.
you know.
Let me finish my point. There was somebody who came here last week or the week before, saying, "Fox, I really like your lives. I think you're this." I was like, "Don't butter me up. What are you trying to? Just get to the point. Literally, just say what you want to say. Stop with this. Like you're trying to." I don't know, like softly the blow. Do you feel because talking directly is a problem? Does it hurt you? You're worried about hurting someone else's feelings? I don't know. But it's much better to just talk directly because then you don't have all of this internalized conflict with oneself. Literally just talk directly. It's so much better. But also you need to have some kind of emotional regulation because if you're talking directly, sometimes does still come out as a mess as well. You have to work on that shit. It takes work. Yeah.
That's right. Host, can I add on to what you're saying? Can I just say one thing? I think Africans or black people, we are in touch with ourselves. We feel things more, right? We feel in a deeper way. So sometimes we get conflicts or misunderstandings with people from different races because they feel like our expression is somehow, they interpret it as arrogance or something that is bad. But I get what the sister is saying, what the other sister is saying, because when we talk in a direct way, it's just like the issue with that guy, the why are you GAY guy, from Uganda. He was not in that interview. Why are you gay? He was not directly being oppressive or whatever. He was just being direct. So Africans are known for being direct. So sometimes that gets lost in when we talk with these other people.
Yeah. That was a funny example. Why are you gay? Yeah. Yeah. It was funny. But yeah, it was true. That's it. Like, I remember, I mean, of course, growing up in Britain and going to Nigeria for the first time, it was like, but then I'm like, shit, this is exactly how we're supposed to be. And I love it. I love it. I prefer it. And like I said, I could not stand living in the UK anymore because of how people just talk, like, can't talk and say their true feelings. It was too upsetting for me. Really too upsetting. And I said this the other day, because if you're ADHD or if you're on the spectrum or if you have autism, you start to take these things personally and you think that you're a bad person for just talking truthfully. And even you're not even saying anything bad, and they will make you feel like it's not good in a certain way. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to now go to no XX to no excuses. No excuses on the panel. Asked you to unmute. No excuses to racism.
Give me a little more time to hear from you, okay?
Sure. Thank you. I'll move to the next person then. We've got Armella Rich. Armella?
Hello, good evening. Yeah, hello, good evening. Can you hear me, guys? Yeah, my name is Armella. Yeah, that's my real name. I'm originally from the
Beautiful
Philippines,
name.
and thank you,
Armella,
sweetheart. And
beautiful.
thank you. I'm now residing in Australia. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, first of all, I do apologize my English. This is my second
Don't
language.
apologise. No apologies needed. You speak perfectly. You are wonderful. Please continue.
Thank you, man. Well, when I was in the Philippines back in 1996, I was born there. My husband was a British man, and my ex-husband. At that time, my English was so limited. I couldn't speak English. I couldn't make a good conversation. So it was hard for me to express my thoughts, my frustration, and I struggled a lot. But remember all the words that he said to me, that you Filipino, you're money hungry, you only love me for money, all that, all that bad, bully. But at the time for me, I said, couldn't understand what was he talking about. So I kind of ignored that. But the word of racism, it doesn't exist to me until I learned and educated myself and learned more English. Because in the Philippines, racism, even you weren't born, you already been discriminated being poor. Your mom does this,
Classism.
But because Philippines were invaded by many. First with the British, and the British took my tribes to England and turned them into an animal. They have this 40. There was 40 hectare and set up a zoo for the Filipino, and they called us monkey. You see, but we never became racist towards them. We take everything, and now this guy feelings hurt because he thinks that we are being racist. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize. Why? Because you taught us to be racist.
You
Because
don't have to
we don't speak,
apologize. You
yeah, we
just say
don't
you
speak
are racist.
English.
That's fine.
No, we don't even speak that words. Soon you guys came to my
Just be
land.
honest about it. That's
No,
all I'm
no, no.
asking.
Well, no, you shouldn't feel angry. You shouldn't feel angry. You should accept that. And
I
you
should
shouldn't
accept.
justify. Yeah. You shouldn't make a justification or even defend or even explain or even engage or even personalize because you have no stance. You are the one who embedded racism to us because we don't know about that word. Don't hurt your feelings about it. A lot of white people stop apologizing because they acknowledge the pain that you have inflicted on
Me?
us. It doesn't
Me?
matter if it's your
It's not. You're
race.
saying me. It's not me.
See, you're justifying again. You're justifying it again.
I'm not just.
I said you are accepting it. You're denying it.
I'm
That
not
it's
denying it.
happened.
I'm not. But I didn't do
So
nothing.
don't
I
feel
was
bad
born 20
about
years
it.
ago.
You don't need to. You don't feel about it because it's part of the history.
Yeah, I
Okay?
understand history. If we look
So
at
stop
history, we can nitpick
no.
loads of
Stop
things.
victimizing yourself. Okay, I learned how to speak English now. Now you cannot stop me talking to you because I held it inside me. You guys discriminating me because I cannot speak English. Now I can speak English. I can understand. You think I never understood what you're trying to say? That because I'm Filipino, money hunger. But me?
You're taking out your anger
Wait,
on all white people on me.
yeah. But because the same thing to you, I'm throwing a dagger to you because you're throwing this kind of racism towards us.
I'd never said anything
Okay?
racist. I just said just own up to your own racism. That's all I said.
This own.
I'm
That's
not
what I
denying.
told
I'm not
you.
denying that we've done heinous things, and we have probably been the biggest villain on earth.
What do
Right?
you
I'll
feel
admit
bad,
that.
bad about it?
It's not
Well, there we go.
probably.
Then we have been. Then we have been. Right? I'll say that. I'll say that. Right? I'm not denying anything. All I'm saying is just own up to your own racism. It can be justified. It can be justified, but it is racism. That's all I'm saying.
What did I tell you? I own it because racism happens within the house, within the home too. But if you use racism to destroy people, then it was a crime. And in history, your ancestors did that to us. So don't
Yes.
feel about it if we are getting a shot at you. Own it too.
And this is why everybody needs to understand exactly what racism is. Because if you're saying that hurty words and things like oppression and people taking their own family or their family being taken away is the same thing, it's not the same thing.
It is
not
because
the
it's
same
under the
thing.
guise of a
Even-
person's race.
Yeah, but no, it's not the same
It was
thing.
vicious. The crimes that were committed were vicious crimes.
Even Armella herself saying, yeah, it's racism, it still isn't. It still isn't. Like she's just said, she's explained quite clearly that she's just saying it just because she's just saying it. But it still does not have the same effect. It still does not have the same impact of what
I'll agree.
actual
I can
racism
agree.
is.
No. But the reason these things were done, right, to these were obviously colonialism, right, and because they were a certain
We don't
race.
carry on, right?
Because they were a certain race, right? These things were done because look, these guys are different than us, so we can treat them in a bad
We
way.
don't make
Right? That is
excuses.
racism. What was done was vicious, systematic destruction, right? Okay, let's say that. But it was done with racism. It's a racist, systematic destruction. The systematic destruction itself wasn't racism. It was racist, systematic destruction. This is what separate the two. Separate
And
the
it
two.
started from there.
It doesn't make sense. It was literally done because of racism. Like these white Europeans were
because of racism. It wasn't what the acts itself weren't racism.
No, they were inherently racist and they needed to make racism an excuse to continue things. Like I
The
literally
reason these things were done was because they were of the certain race. They were from somewhere else.
No, Switch Kick, no. The reason why race and racism was created is because white Western Europeans wanted to continue enslaving people. Maybe you missed this part of the conversation, but this is history, which everybody should understand. that's why race and racism came about. The world was waking up and deciding that actually we don't want to enslave people anymore. Slavery was being abolished in many, many different lands, but the white Western Europeans wanted to capitalize in the entire continent of Africa. And so they came up with race and racism. They came up with it to justify enslavement of Africans.
And
then
what
to
did
be
they
able to-
come up with? What did they come up with? They said these people are worth less because they're not us, right?
Because of their skin. That's racism.
Yes, because that is. So then they come up with that idea, and then they went and did what they did, right? That idea was separate from the system and the destruction they did.
It was part of it. It was part of it.
It was part of it, but it wasn't the thing that they did itself. That you're saying that the destruction and the thing is racism. It was racist. It was racist. It wasn't racism
He
itself.
doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
You have to separate racism
you
is
don't
treating somebody
dictate
different
us.
because of race.
Hey,
That's racism.
don't dictate us what to think and what to say. Okay? It's up to you if it's racism or not. For me, if I don't give a damn if anyone told me any name, but it doesn't affect me. Okay? Because it's not true. Why? If it's not
but it's
true,
still
why will it
racist,
affect
though.
me? But
It's
it
still
doesn't affect
racist, though.
me. It doesn't
It'll
affect
affect
me.
it'll affect my
why-
children's
why-
children's children if we don't
Yeah,
sort
but
it out
it's up
now.
to you.
If racism
It's up
isn't
to
treating
you.
everybody equally, if we don't treat it
to
the same as
you.
treating everybody
You
equally,
cannot
and we talk
control
about
what you
history, then we have a
cannot
problem.
control. You cannot control what you cannot control.
Let me tell you something now. I don't want to be treated equally to a white person because you don't treat yourself because you don't treat yourselves well. You don't
What
treat
do you mean by
yourselves
that?
well. I want to be treated better. I want to be treated better. You have such low self-esteem. You have such low self-recognition that I don't want to be treated like white people. I want
Where's
to
our
be
white
treated
privilege?
Huh?
If we're treated so bad, where's our white privilege?
No, you
You're
don't
so
understand what white
defensive.
privilege
You have
is.
nothing to
If you bring
defend.
that up, if you bring up white privilege, you don't understand what the term means. What is white privilege?
It means I got
What does it
privilege
mean?
because I live in a white country and I live in Europe.
Well, that's a fact, actually. Go to Poland.
Yeah, but that's also not really like it. It means that you actually have an advantage because you're white in a white system that works for
I
you.
thought we
That's
did the worst in
privilege
school.
part. You do the worst in school.
Where's the privilege? When does the privilege come in?
The privilege was there, but unfortunately, your own family members didn't want you to be educated. It doesn't still mean that you're not privileged. You're supposed to be better educated, but that's when it comes down to the individual. If your parents told you to doss around and didn't reprimand you, your white privilege is still there. It's your parents that fucked up because you literally have so much advantage that they did not pass it down to you.
I would say that's because I'm in the UK. Less about the colour of my skin.
What?
You see, you are talking a white privilege now. Don't you know that? Sometimes people talk without thinking they are being racist.
What? Like, what am I? Am I being racist by saying I'm benefiting because I'm in the UK? Is that what's racist about that?
You know, you're just justifying it.
Switch. There was a Dutch, I think it's Dutch or something. It happened in Kenya, something beginning of this year. He was deported back to Dutch, wherever he came from. I think he's either Dutch or... So he was in Kenya. He's very violent. Every woman he dated, he had his way and he beat them up.
Yes,
Then he was arrested by he was arrested by the Kenyan police or Tanzania. I think either Kenya or Tanzania. It happened beginning of this year. But the guy has been in that country undocumented. He's not even legal. He doesn't even have papers to be in either Kenya or Tanzania. Okay? Now this guy was held in the police station. Obviously, I don't even know why he wasn't put behind bars at the time this thing I wanted to tell you happened. Now, he was being aggressive to the police officers there. And I know the reason why the police officers kept quiet, because there is this thing that so long as you're white-skinned and you're dealing with a black person, the black person also always has that submission, because we've been taught for years that white is more superior. We all have it innate in us. because of the educational system. This is what has been taught for years, okay? Most of us that are fortunate that has meddled with you guys, I don't have that anymore. But when I came to this country, I had it. I always had that, oh, he's white, he can't be lying, whatever he said is true. But that has been washed off now because I've dealt with you guys one-on-one, and I've realized that I'm far much better than a lot of you. Now, this guy was so aggressive towards these police officers. Now, I was at the day I watched this video, I was asking myself, imagine me as a black person doing this in some random white dominated country as a black person. And then when he was slammed with the sentence, because the plan was for him to do the sentence in that country and then he will be deported back. But the system said, no, we don't want him, let him go. That was when he started apologizing. Oh, he's sorry. Now, imagine I experienced in Poland, I went to Poland in 1997. I came onto a bus as a human being. I paid for my bus fare as a human being, just like every other white person Polish in that bus. I saw a space. In 1997, not in 1967, not in 1937. I saw a random space. Without thinking, I said, okay, let me go and sit on that space because I paid for the bus. And everybody there got up and got angry. I had to quickly get off the next stop because I felt that lynching coming on in 1997. So if you're still here telling me to accept the word, I can't even say it because it's not, I don't do it. Because I'm somebody who, if I see somebody who needs help, whether you're black, blue, purple, indigo, whatever color you are, I will run to your aid and help you, which is how every human being should behave. If I see anybody who is homeless on the street, even if you look aggressive towards me, but you are not displaying that aggression towards me, I will rush towards you to help you because you are a human being. And this is very inherent in black women. We help. Because an Indian guy said in one TikTok, something I was watching, said, if you're in a foreign country and there are black women there and you need help, please by all means rush towards that black woman because that black woman is going to help you. This is who we are. Yeah. So if you are sitting down here telling me you don't want to accept your racist, even if I tell you in your face, is it going to make any difference, my darling? No, tell me, switch. Is it gonna, okay, I'm just saying it just to rub your, like boost your ego, but is it gonna change anything? You know that what we are saying is the truth. But you just want to play that same card you people play.
No.
The innocent card.
I think if we actually admit how we all feel honestly, like we are, I think this is a good conversation. I think we can all agree. This is a good conversation, right? I think just being honest about how we truly feel about history and going forward, I think we can end up somewhere good.
Even if we want to feel bitter, as I'm speaking to you now, do you know what is happening in Congo? Because the reason why I'm saying this is you telling me you can't apologize for what your forefathers did.
Oh, I can.
Hold on, baby boy. I'm coming. I haven't landed yet, darling.
Sorry.
Okay? You telling me but you cannot apologize for what your ancestors did. We are not asking you to do that because your ancestors has passed that same baton on to you. Now, what we are trying to tell your own generation is to cut that chain. Everybody, you turn on TikTok, you turn on Facebook, every white girl wants to dance like a black African. Oh, everybody, when the music comes on, everybody, if they even dance better than us now. But bring that camera down. And when push comes to shove, that racism card comes up. Yes.
Yeah.
Black people are still being killed in America. Black people are still being shot in America. But when that whole shenanigan is not happening and an Afrobeat comes up, everybody comes and, oh, it's okay when a white girl twerks. It's called twerking. But when a black woman does it, oh, it's so dirty. I'm not supposed to get angry as a black woman. If I'm angry with my afro hair, the narrative is, oh, she's so aggressive. But a Hispanian or an English person or even a Filipino who, because they are white skinned, or even a Chinese, or so long as you're white skinned, if you get aggressive, the same woman, the same anger, the same whatever that was pushed to get that black woman annoyed, if it's done by somebody who is white, is a different ball game. No, maybe she was pushed. Maybe she was pushed. Let's try to understand why she's behaving. Oh, she's tired, she's stressed. But I, as a same black woman, will be stressed with my cortisol level hitting the roof. But once I display that, I don't like what you people are doing, I don't like this, it's triggered
This
us.
is the thing, right? This is how we take our own power back. This is where, as black women, we take our own power back, because these guys know I'm here quite often now, and I will get always people come up here saying, oh, Fox, you're aggressive, you're angry, or this is this, and I'll just say, aggressive? You see that, and because the people will know, you don't need to play into those roles anymore, and we don't need to actually change ourselves. We don't need to not get angry. I get angry. If I get angry, I get angry. Like, don't try to censor me because you don't understand my emotions as a person. Armella, we'll go to you, and then we're going to go to the next person. Yes, Armella?
May I finish my
Yes.
sentence? My comments. Also, in the Philippines, there are certain, we still have indigenous people. They are dark people, negrito. We call them negrito. They are the tiny indigenous people that has been like isolated. They are living up in a forest. They are not part of the society because of their skin. But they have been immune to that kind of racism. They're bullied because what let them. They let these people, their own people, bully them because of their colors. See, but we are now educated that we must learn how to respect our indigenous people. Then when I was a little girl, my grandmother telling me, oh, don't go near them because they're gonna eat you. So I have this moment that every time I see these negrito, these dark people, indigenous are cannibals. So there are, we have been segregated.
That's what colonization does. That's what colonization does. It makes everybody think that own indigenous people of the lands are the people who are just the most brutal or the most, I don't know, all of the other things that they say.
Yeah, and so the further I do my research about me, that I came from indigenous people. And I said, but I'd never, ever, ever even think about like disliking them. I was so curious to get to know them. And then when I started to copy them with the curly hair, because I was dark, they call me like an African because of my hair curly. So I said, so what? I look like Michael Jackson, so what? So for me, I make them laugh. Okay, I don't care because I become so immune to the bullying and I appreciate about myself. That's why I don't give a damn about these people talking about what I look like. So what? And I never realized that I will get married 3 times. So who is the most beautiful woman in the world now? Married 3 times. The foreigners. See? See how I achieve? I beat them. They bully me. I was the ugliest. I look like a black little girl like that. And so what? I accepted who I am. But because many Filipino has been colonized, they fascinated with white skin because I think white skin is so angelic. And that's what they have put them in their brain.
I
White
went to Manila, and that's
is
true.
beautiful.
All the
Right? They
advertising is
bleach
insane.
themselves.
Yeah,
They
it's
bleach
true.
themselves. It's disgusting. I said,
I agree.
I'm
I actually
glad
agree. With
I rely on my own instinct. Read my history, my origin, and appreciate it more the more I get to know how they suffered during those times. And I thank God for enlightening everyone. So don't be afraid of your skin. No one, you need to accept who you are and accept the beating, okay, that coming to you, because that's how you prove yourself. You have accepted it and acknowledge
Thank
what
you.
happened in the past. Amen. Hallelujah. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, okay, I'm going to go back to Dark Knights, I think it is, because this is going to be the last panel, guys. I've been on for hours. I'm not going to accept any more people, so we're going to start wrapping this up now, please. Not Dark Knight, how are you?
I'm all right. How y'all doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. What would you like to add?
Yo, I just want to say that racism is not new. As a matter of fact, I would place the origin of racism on Plato, going all the way back to Greek society and culture. What Plato did was he introduced a way of thinking in YT culture that over time hardened and crystallized within the culture. So now they're like one and the same with this way of thinking. And what it does is it objectifies all reality, right? It objectifies humanity, turns human beings into objects for exploitation, and it turns the environment, into an object for exploitation. It defines itself in opposition to humanity and to the world. It's an ego that's, trying to, so to speak, give birth to itself, so to speak. It's a way of, turning human beings into objects. Stripping them of their humanity, and just making them objects for exploitation. And you can see it, like, how in today's world, like in the Western culture, like how rich people are so idolized as if they're gods that have descended from heaven. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I will
back,
never understand that. I've never been involved in celebrity, even since I was a kid. I don't understand idolizing anybody except for myself. Yeah.
no doubt. But in Western culture, in the racist, system that we live in, rich people are idolized as if they descended from heaven. But if you go back to like maybe Roman times, it was the same propaganda. Rich people were seen as God's chosen people. They had no responsibility to their fellow man. And that is how, YT culture is. Like they don't, as a people, they don't think they have a responsibility to anybody other than themselves. They don't feel like because of this way of thinking that defines itself in opposition to humanity. If you read Dr. Marimba Ani's book, African Centered Critique of European Culture and Development, that's the book. She talks about it. It's an awesome book. You know what I'm saying? But she breaks down the whole system and how it works and the origin of it. So basically, in the system, we are objects. We can be treated any kind of way. You know what I'm saying? And also, Western culture is so destructive and has so many destructive tendencies that the role that we play is the cultural other, right? We give this racist system equilibrium, so to speak. So to give you an example, if you took all of black people, you know how they like to say, go back to Africa, right? All that type of stuff. If you actually took black people out from among YT culture, they would unalive themselves within the span of 100 years.
Yeah, absolutely. We're quite aware of that, I think, here. Like, yeah, we know the barbaric nature of themselves, because they weren't turning on themselves anymore. They started turning on the rest of us. And that's why they need us. I think they're also very terrified in themselves now that they're knowing their history, because it's been so whitewashed, and it's been not whitewashed, sorry, been so hidden. Now that they're actually being told what their history is, they're very afraid of it. And that's why they project onto to us. Oh my God, they're going to do the same to us. They're going to do the same to us. We're not going to do the same to them. But it's their own fear, as we know, coming back, and they know for a fact that they need us, and they need to start this race war that they're trying to do right around the world, because they need to have bodies to sacrifice, because they want to hold on to their identity and their whiteness, whatever that looks like, because it doesn't really look like anything. It just looks like all of this terror and horror. But who wants to live in a world where that is the case? Like, who literally wants to live amongst that? And if white people or the Neanderthal could wake up and actually realise that that's not a world that you should live in or want to live in, then you would actually understand that it's been very much swung now. We've been quite centrist for quite some time, especially in the Western world, is that if you're a right-wing thinking person, you would realise that the left is where you're supposed to be. That's it. And I'm centrist. I'm in the middle.
Well,
so if those people actually would understand,
you know what?
left
You
is
know what?
actually for the future. Yeah, do you want to wrap that up real quick, Dark Knight? Because we're going to move to Renee. Your signal is Dark Knight. Your signal is gone, and we can't hear you. It's all really breaking up. So we're going to move to Renee, and then we can come back and finish your point. Renee, you can unmute, Renee.
No, hello, darling. I'm sorry for being impatient earlier.
You've been waiting a long time, girl. I've seen you in the comment section like... I know, sometimes on my panels it takes a long time to get through to people or through people. So, yeah, thank you for your patience. But continue. What would you like to add?
I actually wanted to address something that Switch Kick got triggered over earlier about the Neanderthal conversation. What's really interesting about that Switch Kick is that historically, whitey people were the ones who said that Neanderthals were dumb and stupid and were dumb and stupid. So it was in the 1800s, it was whitey scientists who said that Neanderthals were dumb and stupid. And who do you think those whitey scientists associated Neanderthals with? BOK people. That is why one of the things that white people like to call black people is monkeys. It's because black people were associated with monkeys, i.e. Neanderthals. So when you was upset about that, it was actually whitey people who said that Neanderthals were dumb and stupid. And that was because they associated with the BOK people. It was then when they found out that actually they were the Neanderthals and black people were the Homo sapiens, all of a sudden there was a big switch up, and white scientists started saying that actually the Neanderthals weren't dumb, they weren't stupid. So when you say, the reason that you heard us talking about Neanderthals being dumb and stupid, and you got triggered by that, is because that's what you've been taught, that Neanderthals are dumb and stupid. What you don't realise is that that was historically associated with BOK people. It was you guys being racist against us and telling us that we were dumb and stupid because we were Neanderthals. It's only when you guys realise, this is not you, this is the royal you, realise that actually you were the Neanderthals, all of a sudden the narrative changed and we started saying that they weren't actually dumb and stupid. So when you were triggered by that, realise that you were that dumb and stupid thing was originally decided by whitey people. But it was okay when you guys thought it was black people that were the Neanderthals. It was okay when white people thought that black people were the ones who were dumb and stupid. But it's not okay all of a sudden when we use those same terms to describe who we now know are the actual Neanderthals. It makes no sense.
Can I respond?
But no, I've got something else to say as well, because I've been waiting a long time.
Yeah, fair
The
enough.
second thing is you've acknowledged several times that that you recognise that racism is systematic. Do you agree?
Yeah, systemic racism has been used repeatedly throughout history.
Okay.
Mostly by white people.
Okay, so you acknowledge that racism exists. You do realise that, because you're Anglo-Saxon, you do realise that that system has not changed. The hierarchy that white people set up with themselves at the top and then everybody else below them has not changed. That system has not suddenly. That system has no. It hasn't really. Or what's happened to it is that what's happened the way it goes top to bottom has not changed. The way it manifests has changed. So at the beginning, it was slavery. Then it moved to Jim Crow, colonization, blah blah blah. Then it's moved to the prison system. So what it's done is that it's adapted to its environment, but the hierarchy is still the same. It is still white people at the top and everybody else below them. So the direction of the hierarchy has not changed. What has changed is how it's adapted to the times that it's in.
It's also the fact that black and brown people have adapted to the system and known where we can actually use it to our advantage. So that's why you might think it is top down or it's different, because there is no way there's not anything to say that black and brown people still can't succeed, because we've had quite a few years to actually find success. You know, we talk about our generations that came before us, the struggles that they had to go through, so that people like myself and the generations that come after are going to continue to succeed. So we've changed, we've grown, we've adapted, we've stayed focused. That's what we've been able to do.
Yeah, and that's why when you say to me, hang on quickly. That is why when you ask, why are whitey working class boys doing the worst? Well, mostly that's because of classism. Whitey, when you're comparing whitey working class boys to whitey middle class boys and wealthy boys, that's purely because of classism. When it comes to, well, why are whitey working class boys doing worse than black children? That is because even though the whitey working class boy has historically been marginalised and not given the opportunities as the middle class and wealthy whitey boy, he has still been told, because he is white historically, that he is inherently smarter and more intelligent than his black counterparts. So what happens is those whitey working class boys, even though they recognise that they are marginalised under the fact that compared to these whitey wealthy class boys, they don't work hard. They don't put any effort into their education, because they still assume that they are inherently smarter than their black counterparts. So what's happened is that those black counterparts are actually working, because we've been told that we have to work twice as hard as a white person to get the same job, the same opportunities.
Even
so we're
if
actually
you speak
working hard.
Yeah, even if you speak to teachers, so even my mother, she was a nursery nurse, and this is how terrible it is when you've got 5-year-olds repeating it, because even if you don't remember, at whatever age you end up being as a white child, if you end up being like 15, 16, 17, however old you are, my mother is a teacher and she hears the conversation from 5-year-olds. I don't need to do this because of X, Y, Z. I can go and get a free house. Like, that conversation all comes into it too. It's like, I can go and get benefits because my mother has as well, or I know someone who has. And that's when the mindset starts. So you might not repeat it later, but it's literally embedded in you from back then, right? It's embedded in you from back then.
I'll finish my point. The underlying assumption is that even though working class boys are experiencing classism compared to, and not doing as well as whitey middle class boys, because of classism and marginalisation, there's still that underlying assumption that they're still inherently smarter and more intelligent than their black counterparts, and they'll always do better than them, at least, so they don't put any effort in so the black students surpass them.
I don't know if that's why they're underperforming, because kids think they're smarter than the other black kids. That's why they're not trying. I think that's stupid, to be honest.
It's subconscious. It's a
in
social
children,
message. Hang on.
At school.
Yes, children have subconscious bias. You teach kids
racist subconscious bias.
Because we live in a racist society, we are taught messages subconsciously, and yes, that includes children.
Let me say this right quick. One of the main weapons of whitey culture and white supremacy is universality, right? They project their culture as representing the values that represent all mankind. You see what I'm saying? That's one of their main weapons. Like when you go to college, right, and you pick up a sociology book and it says sociology on it. It's so universal that you don't realize that this is European sociology, right? See, they project their culture as representing the culture for all humanity. So like, we're black, they'll say, oh, hip hop or something, or reggae or African beats is just cultural. We represent the universal principles of all humanity. And that's one of the main weapons that they use. Also, you notice they universalize achievement, right? When you listen to YT people, they'll make you think that every man, woman, and child was responsible for the building of Western civilization and culture, right? They'll say, look at the wonderful technology, this and that. So they universalize achievement. But then when you bring up the atrocities, now they want to be individuals, like old boy on this panel. He'll say, oh, well,
Oh, I'm owning up. I've owned up to every single one.
No, I'm
what you're
saying
talking
that
about. You're talking about me.
Right. You individualize, like when we bring up the atrocities.
No, that's not true. You've not been listening, bro.
All of a sudden, you want to be an individual and say,
That's
I
not
wasn't
true,
there.
man.
I individually didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? But a minute ago, you was taking credit for.
I said I didn't do it, but my ancestors sure did. They sure did. We're the worst villains on earth. I said that.
Okay, but it's commonly known that YT people do that. They universalize success and individualize blame. That's how y'all get down. That's how y'all roll. I know this white woman in America. She was from Texas, right? And she was like, "Don't give black people."
I'm just gonna, because we don't need to go too far down that point, I think. And also, I don't know if you know, so a lot of you guys know I've got ADHD, so I have been disassociating for probably like the last hour. That's why I'm like, we need to wrap this shit up now, because I can't do any more in my brain. I've been on this for a long time. But thank you for those points as well. So we've got not a Borgia, and you're going to be the last person, not a Borgia on the panel, please. Can we have you, and then we're going to finish, because I also need to eat, because I've got no food in my stomach. So are you there? I've asked you to unmute. Hello. Oh, not a Borgia? Not a Borgia, hello.
I think they're disassociating as well.
Yeah, I'm literally gone like, yeah.
I know. No, I just wanted to jump in. Sorry, I just wanted to jump in. That woman that was on, like the one who said she had family. Sorry, what's that rattle? Sounds terrible. That woman who was in it was Australia, New Zealand, she did her parents to the Channel Islands. I just wanted to pick up. Did you notice she came in here just to shut down the conversation?
Which lady was that?
The one from, was it Australia? She said her family was favourite, and she was saying, please don't stop discussing this.
Yes, I remember. Des.
I think that is like, that sums up the right wing. We've had chaos in the streets in Glasgow. Over the weekend, there was an anti-fash, right? Now, we packed the streets, right? Anti-fash. And that woman's asking us to stop talking about it. But I noticed the right wing are editing the images of Glasgow and then saying, look, there's the people like making out we are fascists. It's just any old narrative they can paint, they will paint. And her saying like, okay, we don't want to talk about it now. She probably skipped off to a right wing place to fill people's ears with misinformation and fake news. I just wanted to say it's very frustrating. And as for the England flag, will they be able to reclaim it, the white British, when they go to the World Cup? Because at the moment, my algorithm is pushing Scotland fans, Tartan Army, removing English flags. So
I have the same algorithm. I have the same one.
I was just, that's all I wanted to point out. Please stop talking about racism. You know, you're on the wrong side of my argument.
Thank you for that. Yeah, exactly. And it's always because they feel very uncomfortable with the conversation. That's mainly why, really. Because as we know, white Western Europeans, and especially in the UK and Britain, is that education around race is pathetic. There is no education around it. There's no conversation around it. The only time we really started, we are so far behind in Britain when it comes to talking about race. 2020, Black Lives Matter movement was the first time we were really talking about race, only 6 years ago. considering how long humanity has been around. Only 6 years ago has conversation really started to happen regarding it, and white people have not been able to catch up with the conversation because of their own discomfort. Because again, like I've said, is that because they're understanding history simultaneously, they're just like, shit, we are the bad guys. And it is very hard for them to, of course, accept, because their history and their culture and education has thought that they were the heroes, that they are the ones who actually are savers for humanity, when it's not. So it is difficult for them to come to grips with that. Okay, Renee, last point, and then I'm definitely finishing it because I've finished.
Okay, I want to quickly reiterate the Homo sapien visiting point again. If white people were the ones who decided that that Neanderthals were the ones that were dumb and stupid when they thought it was BOK people, now that we know that it's actually white people who are the Neanderthals, white people do not get to be upset, do not get to switch up and suddenly, oh, actually, like, you don't get to, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you thought it was fun and dandy to see Neanderthals as dumb and stupid when you thought they were black people, now that we've realised that white people are actually the Neanderthals, you don't get to switch up and get upset because what is good for the goose is good for the gander. You don't get to switch up and suddenly say that they're intelligent now.
I'm not saying that.
Let's not be hypocritical.
I wasn't saying that at all. I was just saying using it in a negative light. It's just, you're no better than the colonisers back in the day.
There wasn't anything negative said. Yeah, it wasn't anything negative said. It was just facts. It is just Neanderthal gene is like this, and we're not that. That was literally it.
Well, I
I
apologise for that. I must have read the room wrong. I'm sorry, guys. But before we head off,
let's not go at each other because I'm tired.
Yeah,
man.
I know. I just want to say thank you, guys, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry for coming in so hot, and I appreciate the conversation we've had. You know, I apologise for coming in like all argumentative and stuff.
Thank you. Yeah. So again, hope that you do come by more and you do spend your time in better places and just learn. Like, that's what you need to do. And you don't even have to speak. You just listen. Listen. So, right, I'm done. I'm hungry. Right, I'm finished. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, everyone, to the panel, everyone for being here for God knows how many hours. Ridiculous. Thank you. Thank you to my mods as well for doing excellent work. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. And I might be back on tomorrow. Right. See you later, guys.
See you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.